Mr. Bellick, you have a good night. Merry Christmas. Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Bellick, have a great day. Mr. Bellick, have a great day, sir.
I'm going to stop your welfare.
Mr. Bellick, have a great day.
Your welfare. Kids grow up like this.
This is why mental health is important.
That's right. Good junkie. Kids not sticks together. Don't own nothing. Not even the.
Mr. Bellick, have a good day, sir. All right, this time we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order for Monday, December 15, 2025. If I can please have the city clerk call the roll.
Vice Mayor Commissioner Caldwell. Here. Commissioner Howington.
Here.
Commissioner Harriet.
Present.
Commissioner Novick.
Here.
Commissioner Santiago.
Here.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez. Mayor Villa.
Here. All right, this time we're going to go ahead and do the invocation and the pledge to the flag. I will turn it over to Commissioner Santiago.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, the pledge, if you can stand for the pledge, it'll be said by Victoria Mota from Deltona High School.
Ms. Victoria, can you click on the podium button, please, so I can turn it on? Thank you, Commissioner.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, please remain standing as the national anthem will be done by Addison Soto from the Deltona High School Blue Brigade. Addison.
Can you turn on the mic again, please? Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the invocation will be presented by Pastor Miguel from Trinity Church. Pastor Miguel.
Good. If you would bow your heads with me as we pray. Father, today I thank you for the opportunity we get to be here this morning. God, before we ask you for anything, God, before we bring you any of our needs, Lord, today we just thank you for the breath that's in our lungs, for the opportunity to be here today, Lord. So today I thank you over this meeting that we're getting ready to have, that we get ready to gather. Lord, I pray for all the leaders in this place, God, that you'll give them wisdom, guidance, God, that they're led by your Holy Spirit, God, not so much by what we want, God, but by what you want, Lord. I pray the Holy Spirit fills them up with wisdom and clarity tonight, Lord, to be able to receive what they need to receive, God, and pour out what they need to pour out. God, I thank you for the responsibility you've placed on every person in this room, Lord. And I pray that you continue to fill them up, Lord. Bring us closer together, God. Let you be glorified in every decision that we make. And God, there's so many times when we differ in opinions and differ in thoughts and differ in the culture that's out there today, God, the enemy wants to divide us and keep us separate. But Lord, I pray that you be the one that's in the center of all of it, God, that you be glorified in every single one of these meetings and every single one of the conversations that we have tonight. So tonight we pray that every person in this room just feel your presence in here, Lord, and that tonight you just be glorified and that we can receive something from you tonight. And I pray over all the leaders again that tonight you would give them wisdom to be led by you. In Jesus' name, amen.
At this time, if I can have the mayor and the commission meet me at the podium so we can honor our veteran for today. Thank you. At this time, if I can have Vanessa Balus come up. Vanessa? Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Today, we are honored to recognize an extraordinary veteran whose life reflects courage, sacrifice, and service. Her life changed forever during her senior year of high school of September 11th, a moment that inspired her to serve something greater than herself. 5 months after graduating high school, she enlisted in the U.S. Army. Completing her training, she deployed to Iraq with the 25th Infantry Division, conveying into Fallujah. She served under combat conditions, earning the Combat Action Badge during Operation Iraqi Freedom, and discovering a new calling, helping save lives. 2 tours and rising to the rank of sergeant. Today, she's a wife, mother of 4, a board-certified psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner with 2 master's degrees in nursing. She has dedicated her career in supporting military members, veterans, and vulnerable communities through mental health care. She also serves with Residing Hope and the GQ Foundation of Hope, continuing a lifelong mission of service. Her journey from soldier to healer embodies strength, compassion, and hope. I have known Vanessa for a few months, and you have inspired many women. I've seen it. Have you dedicated yourself to this community? Not only have you serviced our nation, but you dedicate yourself to a community. And with that said, please join me in thanking her for her service to her nation and to our community. So thank you, Vanessa.
I can never get it together. I'm just trying to get this out of the way.
I will. Okay. Next, as we come to the close of our final commission meeting of the year, I wanted to end on a joyful and meaningful note. The holiday season is a time for reflection, gratitude, and coming together as a community. And music has a special way of capturing that spirit. It is my honor to welcome the Deltona High School Silver Moon Big Band, which will be performing 2 holiday selections for us this evening. Their music will help us celebrate the season and bring our meeting to a warm and festive close. Please join me in welcoming the Deltona High School, the Silver Moon Band. Band Director Travis Singapore.
You should go in front. Yeah. band director at Deltona High School. While they're doing a little seat change, I just want to tell you that was the Big Band Christmas 2 by Carl Stroman. Kind of a fun one we threw into our concert for this year. And this next one is very, very different and much more difficult. This is Sleigh Ride by Ken Spenicky. I want to thank all the commissioners for having us out, and Mr. Mayor and everybody in the city of Deltona. Thank you for all the support you guys have been giving us. We appreciate all the love and support you guys have been giving the program, so thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, let's give it for our Deltona High School Blue Brigade one more time. All right, we're just gonna give them a couple of minutes so they can exit, so. I appreciate the residents having patience. Jamie? Thank you again. All right, so before we get to additions and deletions, the Commissioner for District 1 is online, so the City Clerk has informed me that all votes have to be verbal today. All right, and as we accustom, we always go to him first, or whoever's online, just out of courtesy, but we're going to go ahead, additions and deletions. Vice Mayor?
Yes, just give me a minute. I was
Sure, take
so
your time,
into the
please. No,
van,
you're
I
good.
didn't get my notes. I would like to add, I forgot to include it in this meeting, but, hold on, give me a break here, I'm almost there. Addition, yes, I have a request from former Commissioner Tom Burbank to come and do a historical presentation with the Historical Society. So I would like to add that request into that.
Commissioner Howington?
I'll second.
All right. There is a, can we do a verbal vote, City Clerk?
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Harriet?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Nobbick?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa-Vasquez?
Yes,
And Mayor Villa?
Yes.
7-0.
thank you, Minister.
All right. Commissioner Harriet, do you have anything else before we move on?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and go to presentation. So I'm going to ask the commission to follow me down to the floor again, and we're going to have 3 different presentations. So. Okay. Ready?
Landon Vaughn, Deltona Lakes Elementary, 2nd grade. Jacob Ariza, Discovery Elementary, 4th grade. Lorraine Gwen, Forest Lake Elementary, kindergarten. Caden Mitchell, Friendship Elementary Kindergarten. Caden Mitchell? Okay. Axel Santana, Pride Elementary, 3rd grade. Lauren Haas, Sunrise Elementary, 4th grade. Cassidy Baker, Timbercrest Elementary, 4th grade. Chloe Solar, Volusia Pines Elementary, 4th grade. Ezra Carter, Deltona Middle, 6th grade. Harmony Jacobs, Galaxy Middle, 7th grade. Pagan Barrios and Isabella Esther, Heritage Middle, 7th grade. I thought it was 2 people too. Serenity Cresser, Pine Ridge, 12th grade.
Huge round of applause for all the students. Parents, now's the time. You want to take your principals, take a picture now. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you again. All right, we're going to give the parents just a few minutes to clear the room, and then we're going to go on to our next presentation. All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and start moving forward again. If we can please just make sure we close the doors. All right, thank you guys. At this time, I'm going to ask Miss Angelia Briggs to please come to the front. I think she needs some motivation, right? You can stand right here in the middle. She doesn't like this stuff. It's okay. You can look at the residents. There you go. All right, we're going to read this. It says, in recognition of the retirement of Angelia M. Briggs, Community Development Manager, from May 28, 2010 to December 12, 2025, thank you for more than 15 years of service in housing and community development. You have provided steady leadership, strengthened affordable housing programs, and supported residents in building more secure futures. By earning the respect of colleagues and community partners through the professionalism, collaborative approach, and commitment to serving Deltona, you leave a lasting legacy of service, compassion, and meaningful impact on our city. The City Commission of the City of Deltona thanks you for your dedication to our community and wishes you the best of luck in your retirement. Thank you so much, Miss Angelia Briggs.
This doesn't even represent half of what Angelia has done here in the city of Deltona. I've worked with her for many years with our blue tarps, helping residents purchase their first homes, repairing their homes. And I just have to say something, because I'm going to throw it out there, and she's going to be really upset about something about Miss Angelia. So Pine Ridge High School reached out to us for assistance for their prom event. And they needed someone to help them with their dessert. And I just happened to have lunch with Angelia, and I mentioned it to her. And before you knew it, because her daughter is an alumni of Pine Ridge, she paid for those desserts. So thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, one more presentation. Vice Mayor. And the last is an award, and I'll give it to the commissioner.
Thank you very much. At this time, can I have the Deltona Wolves 14U Division up front with the, please. Come on. That's right. Come on. Come on. All right. Thanks. All right. Let's go. Mm-hmm. the show. Awesome.
Some of them are taller than us.
All right. That's awesome. Just want to say a few words. Tonight is truly an honor to recognize an exceptional group of young athletes, the Deltona Wolves 14U Division. I wanted to bring them before us this evening to celebrate an amazing year and to recognize their outstanding accomplishments. This team went undefeated in their division and earned the #1 seed. They went on to win the East Coast Regional Championship and proudly represented the city of Deltona at the National Championship in North Carolina, where they placed, where they placed top 10 in the nation. This is an incredible achievement and a testament to their hard work, your discipline, and teamwork. To our players, you should be extremely proud of yourselves. To Coach Jimmy and all the coaches, thank you for your leadership, your commitment and dedication to these young athletes. And to the parents and families, your support makes all the difference and it does not go unnoticed. I've seen it. I've been out there in some of the games, and let me tell you, wow, you guys are amazing. The parents are just absolutely very supportive. You have represented Deltona with excellence, character, and pride. On behalf of the city and our community, we're incredibly proud of all of you. Learn from this season, carry these lessons forward, and know that Deltona is cheering you on every step of the way. Congratulations on an outstanding year, and thank you for making our city proud. Okay, Coach Jimmy wants to say a few words.
I just want to say one thing. We're here talking about football, but these guys are student athletes, and we have a cumulative grade point average of 3.26.
Say when they leave. Come on, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Where my wolves at? Where my wolves at? Come on, fellas. Come on, fellas. There's a shot. Come on, fellas. Where my wolves at? Time it up for yourself.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to presentation from Parks and Recreation project updates. Mr. Mark Manning.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Tonight, I want to give you an update. A few months ago, we had a couple of public meetings where we met with members of the public at various facilities talking about park improvements we want to see at some of our facilities. I know some of you made those meetings. Some of you couldn't because of conflicts of schedules. After we had those meetings, we came back with a plan. We want to present that to you tonight so you guys have a general idea of what we're looking at doing at each park. I'll answer any questions you have afterwards. So we're going to start the presentation right now. Oops. First park, Keysville Dog Park. At Keysville, we had a meeting last week with some of the stakeholders there as well. We got more input, so we added that as well. Keysville Dog Park will be one of our parks we apply for ECHO funding. We are quite confident we will receive ECHO funding for that. I'm going to walk through some of the things we're going to do. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me. Right now, if you've been to the park, it's very functional, but we want to enhance, we want to upgrade. We want to make all of our parks look like Dewey Boster, which is our gold standard. So what we're going to do at this park, first of all, you see irrigation and sod. We can't put that on the map because if we see that, you won't be able to see what we're planning to do. If you look around the perimeter of the park, let's see if this clicker works. Hopefully it does. Yes. This is the walking trail that goes all the way around the park. Right now, that is dirt. If any of you have been to West Cryle Park or to Campbell Park, our walking trails there are made of poured and play material. It's called PIP, which is what I'll refer to from now on. We are going to make that entire walking trail PIP. Why are we doing that? Accessible and inclusive for everybody. That's also a big brownie point with ECHO applications. That will be the first thing we do. Second thing we do, if you look inside the park, if you've been there, oh, by the way, wait a minute, let me go back to the, so, do you see the way the trail goes around here on the back side by the wooded area? We don't think that's safe. We're going to cut that in a little bit. We're going to shave down the big dog area just a bit, just to make it curve this way. The walking trail will also have lighting, just like we do at West Cryle Park and at Campbell Park. If you've been there at night, you've seen that. That's really a nice feature. Irrigation, sod, landscaping will be done throughout the entire park. There are some trees there now, but again, if we put that on the map, you won't be able to see what we're going to do. If you look in the big dog area and the small dog area, we have small pavilions in there right now, very small pavilions. We're going to standardize those with our standard 20 by 20 pavilion there in the big dog area and a 20 by 20 in our small dog area. Things we're going to add. If you've been there, we already have sidewalk accessibility to the smaller pavilions. We're going to keep that. But if you look at these little green spaces right here, these green spaces are called artificial turf. That is a trend going around the country right now. This will help the people that bring their dogs into the dog park area, because if you've been there and you have big dogs, it's almost impossible to grow grass, and a lot of that area is dirt. So we are going to add artificial turf to each side of that, which will help benefit those people that don't want to step in some dog you-know-what. Across the street, the basketball court will be redone. And here's another big part that we're going to do here. This right here is called an ADA wheelchair accessible court. We have one of those down at Festival Park. That is also a big brownie point for our ECHO application. So we are pretty confident this park will receive ECHO funding. The restroom, original to the park, was built back in 2005, I believe. It is due for upgrade and renovation. We are going to replace that as well. The parking, we will restripe and reseal the parking lot. We will add parking to the small dog area, which is now grass and dirt. Same thing over here with the big dog area, which is grass and dirt. If funding allows, over here where the playground is, we're hoping we'll have room to add a 3-bay swing set with handicap accessibility as well. We are pretty confident this park will be a beautiful upgrade. We are very confident we'll get ECHO funding for that one as well. Does anybody have any questions about Keysville Dog Park?
Commissioner Harriet, do you have any questions before I go to any other commissioners?
No, sir.
Taking care of TNR and all that in the city of Deltona. I don't knew her personally, but she's supposed to be very active. And I did receive, and I'm pretty sure a lot of commissioners got copied on it. Do we consider renaming the park after her, or having a bench My question was, does she live in Deltona? It is if it's a requirement that the person lives in Deltona, and that's as far as I know.
I think that might be a discussion you guys have after we go through the presentation. That might
Okay.
not be something for we do here now, but that's something you guys can discuss afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner, oh, wait, okay.
We're good? All right. Next park. We're really excited about this one. This is Festival Park, which is down by the Walmart off Howland. We want to reimagine this entire park. If you go down there right now, you have a dirt road that comes into the park. Let's see if I can work this. The dirt road comes in through here, and the parking is a circle around through here where we have the playground, the in-ground zip line, and a pavilion over here. We want to reconfigure the parking to put it over on this side of the park next to the basketball court, take away vehicle access here, and make this all green space. We could add more pavilions, which is you see right here, a pavilion right here, add more playground apparatus. The dock that is currently there will be reconstructed for people to do fishing from there. The boat ramp that is right next to this dock will be closed, and we're really excited about this. We want to relocate boat ramp access over to this side with boat parking over here. We believe this is also going to be an eco application. We're pretty sure we're going to get eco for this as well. But we believe by making this a big green space, it increases safety and opportunities for kids to play. We're really excited about what this park can become. Right here, you see this right here? That is the ADA half-court wheelchair accessible court. That was done with ECHO funding, and that was the first one in Volusia County that was done. And the ECHO board, since 2022, has been going out there every year showing the other ECHO applicants what the city of Deltona has done. So we're very proud about that. Again, we have additional pavilions. The restroom over here will be replaced because it's from 2005. And the playground will be replaced in the next couple of years. We still have a couple of years of service for that one. But we are very excited about this. Now, this is also pending from St. John's approval. We're going to have to get approval from St. John's to make sure we can asphalt this, this, and this because you're so close to the waterway. We're optimistic that will happen, but that's a work in progress as we go.
Commissioner Harriet, do you have anything?
No, I don't.
All right. Commissioner Nabik and then Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
Thank you. Just on the access to the fishing area and to the pavilions and that, are you going to plan on doing some paved surface to that for ADA compliance?
We will add ADA sidewalk connectivity, yes, sir, throughout the entire park. Yes. Third park, Harris-Saxon. This is where we had one of the meetings. We've made some modifications here. I want to explain that to you. Originally, when we had the public meetings, sorry. We were going to expand from 4 courts to 8 show courts at Harris-Saxon Park. Why are we going to do that? Because the demand is really picking up now with pickleball. Those courts are getting used all the time. However, after we had the public meetings, we got some calls from concerned residents around the neighborhood that are starting to complain about the noise of the paddles. We did some research into that. Apparently that is a thing throughout the country right now where people that live in the neighborhoods where pickleball courts are constructed are complaining about the noise from the paddles. Not so much the language, but the paddles, because it's constant from day to night. It goes all hours. So what we're gonna do here, we've relocated, and I'll get to that slide in a minute, where we're gonna put the pickleball courts. But here, we're going to stick to our original commitment, which is to add lighting, make the courts a little bigger so we can put fencing around the court, fixing around the court so people can play without the balls interfering with each other. But those courts are going to stay. The 4 courts will stay at Harris-Saxon. We will not apply for ECHO funding at this park. This will come out of our funding. Now, again, as I mentioned at the previous park at Keysville, we're going to add a walking trail all the way around the park with the PIP and lighting. And here, we don't have room to do exercise stations like we have at West Chrysler Dewey, so we're gonna add exercise stations sporadically throughout the walking trail for people to do push-ups, pull-ups, those type of things. The basketball court that currently is next to the pickleball courts will be relocated down to Essex. Why is that? Kids play basketball, the language gets a little intense, as you guys know, so we wanna separate them from the pickleball players. The parking, we're definitely going to expand the parking over on the west side of the building because the demand for pickleball continues to increase. We are also going to add irrigation, landscaping, and trees throughout the park. And we're also going to add parking on the backside on Essex because that's all dirt parking right there. Down here on the bottom side, the splash pad is something we are looking to do, maybe not in the next year, but the next couple years, because at West Crowell Park is our only splash pad. In the summertime at West Crowell Park, it's almost impossible to get there because the demand is so strong. We believe this is a good opportunity. We'll add splash pad, and we'll add a restroom there as well with a pavilion there. So this will not be ECHO funding, but these are some of the improvements. Again, we're keeping with the 4 courts. We're not going to expand the courts here. We're going to do the 8 show courts at another location, which I'll show you in a minute. Does anybody have any questions about Harris-Saxon?
Commissioner Harriet?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some questions. If we're not going to do the increased pickleball court and if we're not going to do the additional pickleball courts there, why are we increasing parking there? As the current parking seems to be sufficient for the current court count. And then I'm not able to see the presentation. I apologize for that. Are the basketball courts moving just to the other side of the park, or are we moving those to a separate park?
The basketball court's being moved over to Essex, which is on the back side of the park. As for expanding the parking there is not adequate. As the use continues and more people park there, if you go there on a weekend, you'll see people parking all throughout the grass on the back side of the pickleball courts. We need to add parking there. I don't think the parking there is adequate as is, and as the growth continues in pickleball, we would definitely need to add that parking.
Okay, but the growth continues in pickleball. We're not growing pickleball at that location. So,
they are growing pickleball at that location. The numbers continue to increase, Commissioner, at that location. Even when we put the new courts down at Lakeshore, this court's still going to get a lot of use. These courts will still get a lot of use.
Okay, I hear you. The splash pad, you mentioned that we're not looking into that in the next year. At what point are we looking at adding the splash pad there?
Probably in the next couple of years. We still have some good life expectancy at our West Crowell Park, but we're probably looking the next 2 to 3 years, possibly. Yes.
So wouldn't we want to put in the new splash pad before we have to build 2 splash pads? If we have life expectancy at West Crowell, would we not want to preserve that life expectancy or that remaining useful life there, rather than put in a new pickleball court at Harris-Saxon, or a new splash pad at Harris-Saxon, and then at the same time have to rebuild the splash pad at West Crowell? I mean, that doesn't make sense, because then we're going to be doing 2 at once.
It's not really rebuilding the one at West Crowell. It's replacing the pump and the motor that's getting up in age. It still has a couple of years left in it. We're not talking about completely redoing the West Crowell Park splash pad. The footprint will stay the same.
Okay, so if we splash pad at West Crowell needs to go down for major maintenance, then we'll still have a splash pad in the city. Because right now it sounds like if we put that one up in 2 or 3 years, if we put Harris-Saxon in 2 or 3 years, and then we need to do major maintenance in 2 or 3 years at West Crowell, then we're just down. We're taking the asset out of the community completely. I would like to see, this is what I like to see. I know that we've got budget. It was planned to invest $2 million into that park, and I would like to see that done quickly and not just spread it around. That's what we promised the residents during the budget process. It was that we would invest $2 million in that park, and I need to see that.
Okay. Let me just say this about the West Crowell Park. The splash pads in the city of Deltona are seasonal. They typically only operate during the summer hours. So Deltona are seasonal. They typically only operate during the summer hours. So when the West Crowell Park does go down for renovations, that will be during the off season. So we will not have a splash pad out of service, whether or not we do this one in the next year, 2 years, or 3 years. We'll still have access at West Crowell during the season, which is the summer months.
I hear you on that. I think we can do better.
Okay.
Commissioner Nabik?
There you go. On the pickleball courts, There's fence around that currently?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have we looked in to see if there's some sound dampening material that can be added to the chain link fence?
We've done some basic research on that, not extensive research, but we'll definitely look into that as we move forward. Yes.
Reach out to DOT. They've got a whole group of people that works on sound dampening materials.
Okay.
I'll just add, as a way to compromise with Commissioner Harriet, we're putting in for 3 ECHO grants, correct?
Yes, sir.
Maybe for the next round of ECHO grants, we can put in for the splash pad.
For the next, not this coming year, but the following year. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
We have 3 coming up this year, the 2 I just mentioned, and 1 more coming up at the last slide.
Got it.
No, Mayor, this was budgeted. This was accounted for in the budget. This was not pending ECHO grant approval. Where's the money going if we're not spending it on what we told residents that we were going to spend it on? Where are we spending it?
Mr. Manning,
Say that again. I'm sorry.
He wants
I'm
to
hearing chatter
know-
in the back.
he's saying that if it was budgeted for this park, where's the funding going for that?
Well, again, we're going to get final cost estimates for all this. We're estimating the cost estimates. Once we get the final cost estimates, budget's there. Yes, we will do that. Yes, we'll put that in there.
Have we worked with a Parks and Rec design and engineering firm to make sure that everything is like laid out in an efficient way and to maximize use of the space? I mean, these parks don't have unlimited space, and
We
so
are in the
we
process
need
of
to make
doing
sure
that. Yes, sir. We do have a design firm. Yes, sir.
Okay, so have we talked to them and consulted with them to see what is out there, what's available, the new trends with different age groups, all that? We've got a elementary school within probably 200 yards of that park, maybe 300 yards of that park. I mean, have we worked with this design firm on
We're exploring all
what their
avenues.
recommendation
Yes.
is?
We are
Okay, I'd
looking
like
at
to
all
see the report
options.
from them.
Yes.
I'd like to see the report from them and what their recommendations are.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Howington?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Harriet, if you have your binder in front of you or the agenda, if you look at 7G, Exhibit A, page 3, you can see the reallocation of funds between the parks. And that might help to answer some of your questions about where it's going. I don't know if that
Thank you.
helps you at all.
I'm going to look at that right now.
Okay. It's about 3/4 of the way down the page.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Harriet? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good for now. I'm not good with what's
Okay.
going on with this park, but I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. So the next park we want to look at, make some improvements to, is Manny Rodriguez Park. Right there, we want to add 4 more tennis courts, because if you've been to West Cryle Park, we only have 4 tennis courts at West Cryle. Those are constantly in use. People are having to wait 1.5 hours, 2 hours to play. So we want to add some tennis courts there at West Cryle Park. We want to pave the parking there as well, because that is dirt parking.
You mean
The whole
Manny
point.
Rodriguez, right?
What's that?
You meant Manny Rodriguez?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I have, yes. Very nice man. Very nice man.
I said you meant to say Manny Rodriguez. You said West Cryle Park.
Oh, I'm sorry, West Cryle Park. No, I said the West Cryle Park, the 4 courts at West Cryle are constantly in use, the tennis courts. So we want to add 4 courts for tennis with paved parking. We want to make sure the dirt parking over here is paved. We're going to keep the ball field. We're going to replace the pavilion and the playground, which is over on the basketball court, and we are going to redo the basketball court. This will come out of the park fund budget. This is not an ECHO project. Again, all of this is St. John's pending approval, because there is a stormwater runoff on the side of that park there, but we're optimistic that they will approve that.
Commissioner Harriet?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I don't have any questions on that one. I do have, actually, sorry for this, but going back one more to Harris Saxon.
Commissioner Harriet, we're going to have to, let's move it on, and I promise you we'll get a chance again for that one after all the park stuff is presented.
It's just a clarification on what was presented. It's not anything lengthy. It's
Okay.
just the number of courts that are being relocated
Go
for the basketball. For the basketball, how many courts are we currently at that park, and what are we going to be at after the park is completed?
There is one basketball court there now. The one basketball court will be relocated to Essex, right out there where the road of Essex is. The court is staying. We're not adding additional court. It's one basketball court.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner,
And nothing to the building, right?
Not at this time, but again, we'll be discussing that as well, depending on what we have left in funding, yes.
Good. Thank you.
Commissioner Howington?
I'm having a bad night. Okay, so the restrooms, did we just replace some restrooms there, or did we do extensive work on them? Because I know that,
Those restrooms were replaced 3 years ago. They do not need to be replaced. The pavilion will be replaced, along with the playground.
so when it says new restrooms there, we're putting additional restrooms in?
Oh, this restroom down here by the tennis courts, yes, that's going to be a new restroom by the tennis courts because the current restroom is way over on the other side by the basketball court near Overton. So yes, we will add a restroom over here by the tennis courts.
And are those going to be on septic? And
Yes.
because I know that we've had problems in the past, so we don't anticipate having any problems.
We don't anticipate that. Again, this is all St. John's approval because of the stormwater section there, but we don't anticipate there being a problem with that.
Okay, and then for the playground, it's
Yes.
being redesigned.
Mhm.
Are my kids going to get a slide? That's the request. They want slides.
Are you talking a tube slide?
They just said slides.
I mean, we'll look
you
at
can give
multiple
them slides,
options,
they'll
but
be
I'm pretty
happy.
sure that will include a slide, yes.
Yeah, that was my big request from the kids there, is they want a slide. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Next one is Van Park. Van Park is over off Elgrove. That's where our Deltona Little League partners play baseball. We've done extensive work at this park over the last couple of years. We've resodded all 4 fields. They all now have Dewey Boster grade turf because that was one of the biggest complaints you guys probably received. Why can't our fields look like Dewey Boster? We resodded all 4 fields. We upgraded the lighting system to LED. We replaced the restroom a couple of years ago. What we want to do now, pending St. John's approval, is pave that parking lot as well. If you've been over there, it's basically crushed concrete as it is because it's been dirt for the last 30 years. We don't anticipate that St. John's will give us any problems. There is a wetlands right next to the park, but we're very optimistic that we'll be able to pave the parking going into that park. Along with the other upgrades we've done there, we think that would be a very nice addition to that facility.
Commissioner Harriet?
No questions on that one.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, are we going to upgrade the security cameras around that park?
Security cameras have been upgraded at all the parks in the last 6 months. We've rotated out the old cameras and put in new cameras at all of our parks in the last 6 months.
And this is going to be connected to VSO?
Say that again?
Are these going to be connected to VSO? They don't have to go to the park to look at the film? Oops, sorry. To look at the...
This park is not on fiber right now. We do have a plan to connect all the parks to fiber. Right now, only certain parks are on fiber that have connection to VCSO, but they do have the Fuchsia system where they can access it through their Fuchsia system, but it's not on fiber right now. There is a plan to make all the park cameras on fiber. It's going to take a couple of years, though.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Lakeshore Park. We're really excited about this. I mentioned to you at Harris Saxon, we were not going to do the 8 show courts. We want to bring them down here because this location is an ideal location for that because you don't have to deal with residents, so we don't get that paddle noise complaint. Again, this will all be dependent on St. John's. We're not sure of the exact location, but we also want to put asphalt in the parking lot, as you can see. Down here on the side by the, oops, wait a minute, there we go. On the side of the road, Glenn and Jim will be up here in a minute talking about the straw project. Once that gets going, we're going to add pavilions and a nice scenery there for people to come sit on the water with a wood walking fishing pier. We are very excited about this. This is the 3rd park we will be applying for ECHO funding. That will be phase 1. along with the restroom. You can see the restroom on the north side there, along with the 8 show courts. We're not sure if this location will be ideal. We're going to get with St. John's, but it will be somewhere in this vicinity. This big courtyard area, we could have food truck Fridays, concert at the waterfront, whatever you want to call it, but we're real excited about this. And Glenn will talk to you about the boat ramp and the straw project and how that's going to come about. But that will be phase 2, and when they start phase 2, we believe this will also be eligible for ECHO funding as well.
Do you want to finish the presentation so we can go to questions, or does the commission want to ask questions on this now? You want to ask on this right now? All right, we'll go to Commissioner Harriet. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
All right, Commissioner Novick.
What is the logic in going with the wood pier versus a metal pier? The wood is going to be an ongoing maintenance nightmare.
I think that would be a question for Glenn, honestly, as he talks about, because that's going to be part of the project when they do the renovation.
Yeah, I would not be in favor of wood down there at all. So let's just have staff take a look at that, not tonight. Let's just have staff take a look at that when we actually get into a bid process and whatnot. But metal, like what you had up here, was this Campbell?
At Campbell Park, yes.
Yeah.
At McGarity.
Yeah, McGarity. That metal out there held up very well for a very long time, as opposed to here, and you get a board that breaks, somebody gets hurt out there, it's a maintenance nightmare. So I'd really encourage you to look at using metal or a poly product of some kind.
Like a carbonate or something like that? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
sorry to interrupt. Only comment on this one is I'd like to look at what was done in Seminole County across the lake with that boat ramp over there and the piers over there. It was done and designed to withstand the varying lake elevations, water level elevations that we get with hurricanes and whatnot. So I think we should, to Commissioner Novick's point, we need to look at other options, something that's more durable and more flexible.
So
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead if you can, Jim. Do your part of the presentation and answer his question as well, because I'm sure we'll have other questions come up.
So great news. We've finally been able to get completed with all of our preliminary approvals from all the regulatory agencies to be able to restore the boils as well as the boat ramp. We received 100% plans that have all passed all regulatory agencies. That will be going out to bid this week, so that we can then advertise it for 30 to 60 days. And then once we get a competitive bid, we'll be able to bring it back to y'all to be able to award and then begin restoration of the boat ramp. Every bit of it that we're talking about for our portion of our phase 1 is just from the boat ramp here to the west here. Once we're completed with our portion of it, it's going to be restored to pre-construction status. All of the actual artesian boils that were created during the construction will actually be plugged. There'll be a new seawall put in. The boat ramp will be dredged. And then also restored, all the concrete work and so forth, so that the public can enjoy the boat ramp again. Construction time for restoration of that is approximately 6 months. So once we award, we're looking to be able to award the project in around March. Once we've advertised it for 30 to 60 days. Then by the time we give a notice to proceed, we're hoping that that's going to be March, and then we're looking for about a 6-month time frame for the actual restoration of the boat ramp to be operational again. Okay, so on to the next portion that Mark was talking about, this wood walking pier. We're talking composite wood. Most of the new boat ramp, or excuse me, new ramps that are going in, not ramps, but walking piers, are a composite wood. They're not actually wood. They look wood. It looks more nostalgic, and it is also easier to make repairs to, and it does have a very long-lasting life expectancy on it. Now, this portion here, anything you do along the waterways does require Army Corps of Engineer approval. So this portion of having a fishing pier and the extension almost of about 300 foot of seawall and additional usable space is going to take a little bit of time to clear. But with the work that we're doing over here, we're still under the same Army Corps of Engineer permit, so we can go ahead and we can restore that part and get that portion of the park functional for the public to use again. There's no land acquisition that's required in this. This is all land that's currently owned by the city of Deltona. We just are able to do that with a new permit and then additional funding to be able to expand everything. Okay, questions?
All right, I believe Commissioner Harriet had a question about possibly, Commissioner Harriet, you want to repeat your question now so you can answer that? And then we'll go to Commissioner Howington and then Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. No, Jim cleared that up perfectly. I love the idea of the composite material. I think spot on. I appreciate that clarification.
Commissioner Howington?
Thank you. And I may have missed this, but where's the Little Red Schoolhouse on here?
Little Red Schoolhouse is still right here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, no changes made to the Little Red Schoolhouse.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the trees that we were going to replace, is that you or is it Phyllis area?
We're talking about the upland side over here. The upland
No, I'm
side
talking about the,
over
yes, behind the Little Red Schoolhouse.
Yes, ma'am. That would still be our project.
That would be you?
Yes, ma'am. We still have all of the funds and the intentions to restore all that. We don't want to redo anything and then do something then have to redo it. So we want to make sure that all of the plans and all of the approval for all the ECHO funding is done and everything is mapped out and laid out by the architects before we're able to put those trees back in. But doing restoration to the upland side is still a portion of what we intend to do as the utility of and restoration of the project.
Okay, but the trees are not part of ECHO, right? The trees are part of the tree funds.
Right, it's part of our project, but we don't want to interfere with any of the work that's being done as part of the ECHO grant.
Get it?
Or that expansion of the park. No sense in putting something in and then having to redo it. Let's make sure that we're doing everything at one time.
So, how can you tell me how exactly, if I was to come in, how would I back up my my boat to get into the water? So I would have to go into the front?
The same, basically kind of the same way that we do now. This right here is sufficient enough to be able to back down, but what this is right here, there's a portion here where you're able to turn into and then back straight up, which is kind of the way that everything's been done now.
So it stays the same, that's not going to change?
Correct. No change there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
One question to add to Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez's point. We already have like little crosswalks on both sides. Is there any way that we can, I mean, I don't know how we would be able to do it, but I guess they would have to get down and push a button so there can be like a stop function in there. So I guess it would not work.
With the, all of the crosswalks will have functionality for the lights that flash for pedestrian crossings.
Yeah, I was just thinking if we're able to do it for stopping people so the boats can, and I know it's been like that since forever. So I mean, the people that use that boat ramp or used it in the past are very accustomed to dealing with that. So, all right, thank you.
Any additional?
All right, thank you so much. We're going to go on to SOX, SOX Erosion Solutions presentation. Ms. Reno, when you get to the podium, just press on the speaking icon that you have there, and I'll turn your mic on.
This one here?
Yes.
Do I need to use it, or can I just speak?
You kind of need to use it because that way we can.
Commissioner. Good evening, Commissioner. Good evening, Commissioner. I got one. There. And the Commissioner is not here because you guys have Mr. Commissioner, right?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor. Thank you very much.
If you can press the button again, and now there it goes.
Okay, there we go. Guess I got to stand up here at the podium, which is going to be kind of weird to me. I'm not used to speaking into a microphone, so. Do I have to keep pushing or does it stay on?
Microphone? Is that what you prefer, the microphone?
Yeah, I mean, if I can walk around a little bit.
Please?
Yeah, there we go. I like to be able to move around. I need to stand still.
Perfect. Test. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I like to move around. I hate standing still. All right. Thank you, everybody. First and foremost, my name is Jared Reno with Sox Erosion Solutions. I want to thank the mayor and his staff, as they were very instrumental in me being here tonight. Thank you to all the commissioners for allowing me to present tonight, and thank you to the city of Deltona for your warm welcome and allowing me to be in tonight. Everybody I've talked to in the city has been amazing. So I'm guessing these arrows is what I use to change the slide? Okay, perfect. So again, I don't use a lot of this technology. I usually just get up and talk. So, but thank you again, everybody, for having me. My name is Jared Reno. I'm the regional sales manager for Sox Erosion Solutions here in the state of Florida. What we do is we do erosion control and lake bank stabilization, so I'll kind of jump into that a little bit here. I am going to talk a little fast because usually my presentations can go anywhere from 35 to 45 minutes, so I'm trying to do this in about 10 minutes. So I'm going to be talking a little bit fast, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. So who we are at Sox. At Sox, we specialize in stabilizing eroded lakesides, ponds, hillsides, anything you could think of, hills, dirt, mud, you think about it, if it's unstable, we can stabilize it for you. We've been doing this type of work a little over 2 decades now. Our first install was 1998, Lake Minnetonka, Minnesota. Somebody always yells at me and tells me I pronounce that wrong, so if you're from Minnesota, my apologies. But that was where our first install was. That was back in 98, so 27 years ago, almost 28 years ago. That was our first generation of Sox back then. I will jump into the nuances of the system and explain a little bit more about it here in a second. But at the time, it was a single layered material. Now it is a double layered cross knitted geotextile with what we call a ripstop technology. To date, we have installed over 1 million linear feet worth of Sox since 1998, and we've reclaimed over 5 million square feet of land. Yes, our system not only stops erosion and stabilization, but we can also reclaim land with it as well. We primarily work in 44 states currently. We have gone international and done a little international work as well. We have worked in all 50 states, but 44 is our primary workload. And we have 140 what we call certified service providers. So certified service providers, or CSP for short, those are third-party companies like lake management companies, site development companies, things like that we train to install the system. We are the manufacturer. We do not install it, but we have companies that we train to do that, and they are very good at it, and they do have all the insurances and everything they need to cover. So looking at this map right here, you see those blue stars. That's the representation we have around the country, which we need to update this because there's a few more we've added on this year. That blue star right in the center of Florida right there, that is me. I cover Central and North Florida. We do have a South Florida rep who works very closely with me. That green star you see in Boca Raton, that is our headquarters. We are based right out of Boca. We used to do our manufacturing there as well, but believe it or not, real estate in South Florida is very expensive. It was actually cheaper for us to move up to just outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and have our manufacturing up there and ship everything to the state of Florida and around the country. So with that, yes, we are still American made. We're made right here in the USA, but we're no longer made here in Florida. It's just up in Wisconsin. This is just an example of some of the entities that we've worked with. I've heard it said many times tonight, St. John's Water Management District. We are St. John's Water Management District's preferred method of erosion solutions. For the last 5 years, we've been doing projects at Wildlife Drive just outside of Apopka. If you're not familiar with Wildlife Drive, it is over 20 miles of dirt roads that they open up on the weekends. You can drive through, look at all the alligators, all the wildlife, yada, yada. It's fun. However, there's tons of dirt roads, and all those dirt roads, which I'll show you some pictures in a minute, they were eroding away. St. John's came to us. They got tired of using riprap. It was expensive. It's hard, it's heavy, and it's hard to place. They said, can you guys work out here? We said, absolutely, we can. To date, we've done over 40,000 linear feet worth of work for them. They love it, and we're continuing to do work for them. Side note on St. John's, I have letters from them saying that because we are a maintenance solution and not a permanent solution, which I do say we're not considered permanent, but we are permanent, like our installs are permanently in place. But because we are in that category of maintenance, we do not require permitting for SOX. And I have that in writing from St. John's Water Management. I can provide to any one of you in the commission if you would like it. I could have brought some tonight. I didn't think about it, but I'm happy to provide that information for you. So we do not require permitting as per St. John's Water Management District. Again, some of the entities we've worked with, City of Lakeland, St. John's, University of Florida, Go Gators, Golf Course Builders Association of America. We do a lot of work with golf courses. Golf courses love us because aesthetically, you can't tell the SOX system's in place, and it's very minimal when we're doing the install. So this is just an example of some of the entities we work with. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers down there, you can see them on there as well. So SOX, I'll jump into the nuance of the system real quick and kind of explain how it works and break it down. So like I said, we are a geotextile. We are a double-layer cross-knitted polyethylene material. We have what we call a ripstop technology. I can cut into the system and try to rip and tear on it. It will not rip or tear anymore, which also makes it very easy to repair if there's ever any issues, say like a landscaper right after the install happens, gets a little overzealous, hits it with his weed eater and puts a slit in the system. Very easy to fix it. Problem we solve for, so erosion and prevention, that's a very common problem you see right there in that first picture on Florida ponds and lakes, just those eroded shorelines. Aesthetics, like I said, aesthetically pleasing. Once the system's in place and the vegetation is on the top of it, you're never even going to know it's there. We reclaim land, so like I said, over 5 million square feet of land reclaimed since we first started installing back in '98. Safety and stability and root structure and vegetation. Our system is one of the only geotextiles on the market that promotes root growth and vegetation right through the system. Okay, so the parts of the system, I'll run through this real quick because I know my time is running quick here. So 5-part system. The first part of our system is the anchors. As you can see, here in the state of Florida, we primarily use 2x2x2 untreated pine wood anchors with a 45-degree beveled edge on one side and a 1/2-inch pilot hole drilled 3 inches from the other side. I always get the question, inevitably, wood anchors, wet ground, state of Florida, will those wood anchors eventually rot away? And the short answer to that is they absolutely could. Will they? We don't know for sure. I don't make it a habit of going and digging them up to see if they did. But they absolutely could. However, by the time those wood stakes would even rot away, you now have millions of anchor points from your vegetation that has grown through the system, truly creating that bioengineered living shoreline, which is what we really want. We want the root structure to be the strength of the system. We don't care about the wood stakes. To us, that's temporary. We want that wood, that root structure. To date, over 20 years, we've never lost a system to a hurricane, if that tells you anything about how strong the root structure is. If we needed to go to a different anchoring system, like a T-post or something like that, because the substrate's a little bit harder, we could absolutely do that. But for the most part, wood stakes are sufficient in the state of Florida. The mesh, okay, so our
Thank
system,
you, sir.
this is,
Mr. Reno, do you think you can get done in 2 minutes?
oh wow, am I that quick already? Oh my goodness.
All right,
Okay.
is the commission okay with giving him 2 minutes so he can finish?
Okay, so the mesh itself. So we sell our mesh in 6-foot, 12-foot, 18 and 24-foot widths. The width is the width from the shoreline over, and then we have 100 and 200-foot lengths. So as you can see in this picture, this part here, the system then gets unrolled, and it's going to be laid out along that bottom row of stakes, and then pulled very, very tight, that roping structure, to create a lot of tension. Once that roping structure is pulled tight and tied off to that bottom row of stakes, the system then folds over itself like a giant taco you can see here, and it gets tied off to that top row of stakes like it did the bottom row of stakes, really creating an encapsulation for the sediment. That top row of stakes will temporarily stay up for now as we need to have it open to wash sediment into the system. The sediment we wash in can be either a backfill dirt that we use from a locally sourced landscaping yard, or it can be dredge material that we pull from the actual water body. How we do that is we can pile that dirt up on that shoreline like you see in that first video and wash it in with a 2-inch trash pump, or we can use what we call a truck sewer in that bottom picture, that bottom video. That is an amphibious boat that literally has a dredge head on it that's kind of like a vacuum cleaner, sucks that sediment off the bottom of the pond and pumps it right back up into the system like you see in that bottom video. Vegetation, like I said, the system promotes root growth and vegetation, one of the only geotextiles on the market that does that. So once the system is full and you have the desired slope you're looking for, we'll vegetate right back over it. Probably 98% of people just put sod back over it. The first 2 rows of sod we'll use biodegradable skewers or landscaping staples to hold that sod in place. The rest will be laid like normal until that sod has a chance to vegetate or root through the system. Come on. I'm going to skip the video because that's going to take up way more than my time that I have. So I want to show just a couple before and afters before. So this is an example of a before at Cove Cay Golf Club on the west coast of Florida. You can see in that first picture, very eroded. Second picture, that's the sock in place. Third picture, you got a good 4 to 5 feet of land reclaimed. Socks is in place right there.
Thank you,
one more
sir.
minute, Mayor. Can I show this one picture?
You show the picture. Go ahead and turn off the thing.
I really want to show this picture real quick. So this is city of Indian Harbor Beach over on the east coast of Florida. This was a park within their city. This park had 1,700 linear feet all the way around the pond. As you can see in that first picture, that walkway area there, it's hard to see, but you can already see the stakes in place around the pylons. They were concerned they were going to lose that boardwalk to the water. John Coffey, their city manager, I worked very closely with him on this one. So that 300 feet right there on that boardwalk, we used our 18-foot sock system to give them a little extra land back, and then the rest of the pond, we did our 12-foot sock system.
Right.
But you can see right there just how much land we reclaimed.
Thank you, Mr. Reno. Is there any questions from the dais? Commissioner Harriet?
No, I don't. I just want to remind everybody that we still have to go through a proper procurement method and design and engineering. So this is a great presentation, but still other formal processes that have to take place.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Reno. That was for the commission. You're good? No other questions?
Appreciate it, everybody. That 10 minutes went fast. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to Deltona Community Events. Ms. Barker.
We have a lot going on for the rest of the year, so I just want to go through them really quickly, especially this weekend. It's a really busy weekend, a lot going on. So first off, this Friday night is our movie in the park, Rise of the Guardians. The movie is back over at Dewey Park. Showtime, 5:45. As always, a free movie, free popcorn and lemonade as well while supplies last. And then, oh, so stops working for me.
It'd be easier if somebody just clicked on the mouse for you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's not going out to the screen. I don't know if you're really not here. But we also have We also have this weekend, Friday night, Carols and Cars. It's at the United Church of Christ in right along here on Providence, and it's from 6. Yeah, I know you gave it to me 6 to 8:30. So they're going to have music and cars and Santa
I'm sorry,
will be
Ms.
there.
Parker. Ms. Ford and Mr. Sosa, please, we're trying to listen.
Santa will be there. There's going to be a live nativity. The entire community is welcome. So come on out to that event. And then on Saturday, we have our selfies with ton of stuff for kids this weekend. Selfies with Santa over at the center. There's two seatings for that, 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. You do have to sign up ahead of time. So you can call the center. There's a QR code that you can scan to the community. And then, well, there we go. Thank you. And then on Sunday, we have our first Deltona Jingle Jog 5K. So this is going to start over at the Deltona Plaza, 8 a.m. There's still time to sign up. You don't have to run. You can walk should you want. And then it's time to start thinking about New Year's Eve. There's going to be a New Year's Eve party at the center, and there's going to be 2 levels that you could do if you'd like. The first one is dinner and the after party. Dinner is served from 7 to 9. Tickets for that are $71. If you just like to do the after party, you can go, have fun, 9 to 1 a.m. Tickets are only $23. In addition to the music and the dancing, there's going to be TVs there showing all the college football bowl games. They're going to have a video game room, so that's going to be a good time for all. And then I did want to mention there's a couple events in January coming up. The first one is January 3rd. It's the Three Kings event. We're doing that with the Hispanic Chamber, and we did that last year. It's going to be out in the courtyard again. Noon until 5 p.m. So there's going to be music, there's going to be toys for the kids, there's going to be food trucks. We'll keep the Christmas lights on late so that everybody can enjoy the Christmas lights. And then Deltona Lakes Elementary School, this is a community event that was sent to me. They are doing a golf tournament fundraiser on January 24th, and this is to raise funds for a adaptive playground for the kids. So if you'd like to participate, you just contact them. You can do that. Like I said, it's the 24th. It's over at the DeBerry Country Club. And so that's what we have, ton of stuff coming up in the next few weeks. So that's what we have going on.
Thank you. We're going to, at this time, enter consent agenda items. And is there any public on consent agenda? And while that's happening, is there any commissioners that want to pull anything from the consent agenda? Okay, so as of right now, we have pulled A as in Alpha, C as in Charlie, G as in Go, H as in Harry, I as in Indigo. Commissioner Howington, this is your second time.
Just a question. I know that the attorneys have the insurance rep here. I didn't know if did you have anything to speak to us about that, or can it go through as consent?
It can go through as consent.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Novick.
I make a motion to approve consent agenda items B Bravo, D Delta, E Echo, F Frank, J Juliet, K King.
So motion by Commissioner Novick. Commissioner Howington, you're up first.
I'll second.
There's a second by Commissioner Howington. Can we please go to public comment, and then we'll do the vote?
David Sosa, please.
Mr. Sosa, can you push on the button so I can turn on your mic? There you go.
Okay. I want to speak about the fire assessment fee. Basically, what that is, folks, is a new tax. That's all it is. It's a new tax. Okay? Right now, the city of Deltona has the second or third highest ad valorem tax in the county. We have the highest stormwater fees, which Avila, do we have an update on the Lake Teresa study that we spent 1.6 million on yet? I'm sorry. Could you hear me? Okay, just making sure. All right. I didn't know if you were focused or not. But we already have the highest taxes in the county, and yet you want to add another tax. You just added a rental ordinance fee, which I haven't seen how much you're actually going to charge people. Remember, folks that rent houses, guess what? With their rental ordinance fee, guess who's going to pay that? You guys are. We still have not seen the fees for that. That was supposed to come back before us, but we've yet to see them. Okay, I don't believe we should have any more revenue coming to the city until we have a forensic audit, because we have a lot of fraud and abuse going on in the city right now. Okay, we have, I'll go back to my public comments on that. I asked for a public records request for the mayor's travel to Tallahassee.
Mr. Sosa, we're talking about.
I'm leading why we have to go to a forensic audit before we.
I understand that.
Please
but
don't interrupt.
Stick to the project. To where we're
I am talking about the project and why we need to hold off on it. Because under public records request, you're supposed to provide information. It was hidden. It came back, no records found. However, when I did the public records request for the city managers, Avila's expenses were under his credit card. So that is fraud and abuse. Now, there's a big difference, because I know certain commissioners are up there and they tout that we pass our audits every year with flying colors. Those audits are not actually audits. They're just basically there to tell you that cash-ins equal cash-outs. They don't investigate fraud or abuse or anything else. So I would not support any new taxes until a forensic audit is done.
Thank you.
We're not doing
Albert
the
Bryan,
clapping.
please.
Albert Bryan, Deltona. Two things. One, I don't see anywhere in here where it shows any kind of cash and or otherwise any difference between ad valorem and the assessment. Without any further information on this, I would say table us tonight, have a workshop, allow us, the citizens, to ask questions about it and find out why this is actually needed. There's been very little, if any, ever discussion about this kind of assessment thrown at us. When you take and add an assessment like this, I would expect that the ad valorem should drop by almost 40%. Because every year we get a book for the budget, and it says the police department and the fire department take up 51% of our ad valorem. So if you add this assessment and you don't drop my ad valorem by at least 40%, we're going to have a problem with that, a big problem with that. Because right now, the fire department is taking a huge chunk out of ad valorem. And grant, this will take and tax every piece of property in Deltona. But that doesn't take and change the ad valorem. I want to see the actual numbers, the actual changes before anything like this is ever passed in my city. Because like David Sosa said, you're piling taxes upon taxes upon taxes. How much was this budget this year? 290 million? And 50 million of that went to the fire department? And there's a huge chunk of that that goes to the water department because it's a franchise. That's all part of the budget. So think about this, that you haven't talked about this to the public at all. The public's completely unaware that you are going to tax them again, on top of everything you're taxing. And you're not even talking about what you're going to drop the ad valorem. Without dropping the ad valorem, you're really piling on taxes to these people, especially anybody who's bought a house in the last 5 years. I'm lucky. I've been here 30 years. It only added a little bit to me. But other people, this will be a big chunk of change for them. I would table it tonight, have a workshop where everybody can talk about it, where we can get real information, not just a line of bullshit.
Thank you. Mayor, I do have people who want to speak on things that's pulled.
That's how we're doing all the public comment now.
Courtney Cross-Brogers, please.
Hello again. He's so tall. I wanted to have a question about C, sweet gum, but it was up there that it was going to be approved, but I'm pretty sure Steve asked for it to be pulled. Did you not? Yes.
Ms. Burgos, just direct your questions at me.
I'm sorry. Okay, didn't he ask to have it pulled?
I believe yes.
Okay, so it was up there a minute ago saying it was going to be approved. I'd like to know why. I thought I would get to speak after he spoke about it, but you know, you need to cut Twin Lakes some kind of break here. We pay lots of money in stormwater and swales and whatever, and so you know this. And sweet gum not only helps us, but it also helps the city, and about the cup and all that stuff that I don't even understand. But you got to stop taking such a hard line on it, guys, because it's not just to benefit Twin Lakes. And, you know, I pay a lot of taxes. You know, Dory talks about how much she pays, and she does. I have 25 years of homestead, and I'm not paying that much less than her. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to approve sweet gum, because it helps the city and it helps Twin Lakes. I mean, it's not a bad thing. We're not getting any special privilege. It's an eco fund. So if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. So I need somebody to explain to me what the downside of it is, please.
Thank you. May that close public comments.
All right, let's go ahead and we have a motion on the floor and a second to approve. Just a minute here. I'll get to it. Thank you, Commissioner Arlington. B as in boy, D as in David, E as in Edward, F as in Frank, J as in Jaguar, K as in Kilo. If there's no questions, which I don't see, Commissioner Harriet, do you have any questions? I apologize, I should have asked you.
I do have not necessarily some questions, but on the fire assessment fee item, my expectation, as well as the residents, is that that will be charged to every household, and that being charged to every household should mean that there is a corresponding and greater reduction in the ad valorem tax assessment.
Okay.
And so that just want to make sure that that's very clear, that this is not this should not be a net increase for most property owners and ad valorem payees in the city.
All right, we'll bring that subject back up again because it was pulled, so. All right, let's go ahead and take a vote, please.
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Harriet?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Narvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Avila?
Yes.
7-0.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0. At this time, we're going to bring up letter A as in alpha first, and I'll let Commissioner Caldwell go because he pulled it. Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes, after reading both the 2020 and the 2025 investment policies, I noticed there were some things removed which were kind of checks and balances, and I'd like them added back in. The one was the city is no longer going to use any advice, an advisor or a manager to assist in managing these funds? It's all going to be in-house?
There you go.
That is not correct, sir. We still use an outside financial advisor. Currently under contract is Chandler. That is not correct at all. We still have to fall under an investment advisor.
Well, under Section 4 delegation of authority, it says the city may employ an investment manager. It doesn't say they will.
That is the language as required by our investment advisor. I can absolutely have that say shall.
Or with the employment of.
Yeah, absolutely. I would never not use an investment advisor. Absolutely not.
Also on reporting, in Section 17, I think it is, you remove the reports that the city commission will be forwarded. Is that correct?
No, sir. We provide that a minimum of quarterly, but we actually include it in the monthly budget report.
Well, it's not written in here anymore.
That can be added back.
I'd like to see that added back in, please.
Yeah. The entire report was rewritten by Chandler Investments themselves. This was not written by me, sir.
Okay. I'd like to see those quarterly reports.
I can absolutely come back with that. No qualm.
Thank you. That's all I have on it.
That's all. Any other questions from the commission? All right.
Mayor, I've got a request.
Go ahead, Commissioner Harriet.
I'd like the policy to also include a quarterly presentation from the investment advisor. It can be virtual or in person, but I think it's important that we start getting quarterly updates from them as well.
Mr. McKinney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that all, Commissioner Harriet?
Yes, sir.
All right, Commissioner Novick?
Make a motion that we table item 7A until the items can be rewritten and the policy give us an opportunity to review it prior to it coming back onto the next agenda. I do want to have it scheduled for the next regular commission meeting.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Novick and second by Commissioner Harriet.
That's fine.
Can we do a verbal vote, please?
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Harriet?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Novick?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
Yes.
7-0.
All right, so item 7A is tabled. At this time, we're going to move to section. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes. Commissioner Nabik, did you give a timeline?
Next meeting.
Next meeting. Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to section 7C. Commissioner Caldwell, you're up again.
Question is for, there we go. I know previously there was a lot of controversy over the pumping from these lakes. The lakes that we're pumping from.
Hold on. Go ahead, Commissioner.
The Sweet Gum Lake that we're pumping from, is that an interland locked lake?
Yes, it is. It is connected to Basswood Lake, which is to the south of it, but there is no permanent outfall. And as we know, during Hurricane Ian, I'd stop back and think when it was, they did not have flooding in the subdivision in their homes, but water was impeding on the majority of the properties that are on the western boundary between their subdivision, and then we enter into unincorporated Volusia County.
So by looking at the map, what will the results be if we're pumping into that pond next to that subdivision? Will we be flooding the houses around that pond?
No, sir, because that goes over to a station where we already pump, and we pump that up to the rib site, and this would be used to augment, potentially augment for reclaimed. So what we can do is we can draw down ahead of a storm. We could draw down maybe at the beginning of a hurricane season, get some volume in Sweet Gum Lake, get that up to be treated for reclaimed, and then we think it's a win-win for the city and for the residents in the subdivision.
So that'll add to our cup then?
It could potentially, yes, sir. It could be a benefit, yes.
Yeah, I didn't understand that part, and that's why I pulled it, just for questions.
Yeah.
Commissioner Howington.
Would this be essentially part of the AWS project down the road, or are they completely separate?
It's completely separate, but it could be used, I use the word augment because it could be an enhancement, for lack of a better description.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Harriet, I apologize. Did you have any questions about this one?
No, I didn't. I think that this is a net benefit to the entire city, while also serving a community that's had some issues with the last hurricanes. It's a good project.
Thank you, Commissioner Nabik.
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-159.
There's a motion by Commissioner, hold on, guys. There's a motion by Commissioner Nabik and Commissioner Howington. You were up on the board first.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Nabik, a second by Commissioner Howington. Can we please do a verbal vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Harriet?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Nabik?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
Yes.
7-0.
All right. This time we're going to go move to section 7G as in go. Commissioner Howington, you're up.
Thank you. So I just had some questions, specifically going back to the parks. It looks like we're moving about $500,000 out of the parks. And given the recent conversations about the repairs that are needed at the building at Harris-Saxon, rather than moving that $500,000 out, why don't we keep that money in the parks capital and do the necessary repairs to the building rather than pulling those? And that also goes back to Commissioner Harriet making the comment that we made a promise to the residents to spend an extra $1 million there. So it seems like a win-win to keep the money there rather than reducing it. Is there some information surrounding that?
Mayor, Commissioners, to answer the question from the earlier presentation, from what was received from the city manager and the Parks and Rec director, we were asked to make a couple of adjustments for this evening's amendment that affected the projects that were budgeted with 25-26 money on the park projects. Reducing Keysville Park by $100,000, Festival Park by $100,000, Manny Rodriguez Park by $130,000, Harris-Saxon Park by $830,000, and Hoffman Park improvements by $1.25 billion. That money was reallocated directly into two parks projects, Lakeshore Park, $1.275 million, and Veterans Park, $985,000. So the money was reallocated per the direction that I received to put in this budget amendment from those 5 parks to 2 parks. Part of the issue that I was told on Hoffman Park, it wasn't going to be ready for this fiscal year, and Lakeshore Park and Veterans Park was the greater need with this year's funding.
So, but we still have a decrease of $504,000. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Well, some of the
third
money was
page.
also from carryover from fiscal year 24-25 projects. So if you look on the detail, page 3 of the Exhibit A,
Yep.
as part of the resolution, 24-25 park projects. Tom Hoffman was $204,000 reduction, and West Crowell Park was $299,000, almost $300,000. That was all prior year monies. For the fiscal year 25-26 projects, those projects, it was zero.
So if we underspent on the prior year, shouldn't that have rolled forward and carried
So
forward
as
into
part
the
of
new
the,
year?
I apologize for interrupting. As part of the carryover budget that was adopted by the adopted budget, we allocated X amount of money, just under $100 million in prior year projects. Fund 301, 302, 401, and stormwater funds. We received invoices between October 1st and mid-November that we did not expect when the directors provided and project managers provided their details for the projects. We did not believe that we were going to receive invoices for these various projects. We did receive them, so therefore, that's why on the budget detail, we specifically put 24-25 versus 25-26, that you could see which projects that had invoices that came in, and that's why we specifically also put paid in 24-25. So as a result, we had to reduce that budget because we didn't want anyone to think they had monies that weren't really there. So again, the parks projects that are reallocated that I mentioned previously, that they were net zero. So if you add up the 204,000 to 299,000, that adds up to the 504,000. I need some reading glasses. It's a little small.
Me too. I'm having a hard time reading it.
Yeah.
That's why. But I'm still seeing a reduction, and I would feel more comfortable if we
I
kept
can show
there.
it to you in
Saxon
the
and-
Excel spreadsheet. It was zero.
Am I seeing this wrong? Is anybody else seeing it?
So I believe the spreadsheet that came along, it should be in your iPad, but it does reflect a zero balance because they paid off 24, 25. Please. Also,
Are you talking about in the
Joyce,
variance, or I'm just looking at the park fund? or
do we need to
the park
extend the meeting?
capital? Thank you.
Yes. Can I get a quick motion before we continue to extend the meeting, please?
Oh, that's,
So, hold on, guys.
I'm looking
One
at the
moment.
bottom line down.
Really quick, sorry. I need an official motion. Commissioner Avila Vasquez, do you want to go ahead and? Hold on, let me get you there. There you go.
So moved.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Avila, or sorry, Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. Commissioner Nabik, you're up.
Second.
All right, can we do a quick verbal vote? All in favor, aye? Aye. All,
Aye.
okay. Go ahead, finish, Commissioner Howard, I apologize.
Yeah, I see when you're talking about the 24, 25, but in total, the expenditures are reduced by 504 when you look at the 25, 26. So where's that 500,000 going? I mean, I assume it's being reallocated.
Yes,
somewhere.
ma'am. So if you look right above it under revenues, you'll see the prior year appropriations reduced by the exact same amount. So the revenues and the expenditures both reduced appropriately.
Okay. I still am having a hard time with
Mayor,
moving that money out of that park. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Harriet.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to do that, Dory. I have a hard time with this as well. During the parks presentation, we heard that we don't have final numbers on a lot of the work that's going to be done at the parks. I think that this would be more appropriate once we have some more concrete numbers and we know what funds are going to be needed in at each park. And then, I do agree that Lakeshore and Festival are very much needed renovations and very much priority projects. But I'd also like to see what our current unrestricted fund balance is. I know that we've had many, many years in the past of not completing projects and just building up that fund balance. So it might be appropriate, depending on what that fund balance is, to pull the additional funding needed from there rather than reducing the current projects. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion in a second. Commissioner Nabik?
I'm going to make a motion that we table 2025-155 until the rest of the commission can get comfortable with this. Maybe they can meet with staff and get a comfort level that they're comfortable with. I'd like to have it brought back at the next regular commission meeting, please.
Got it. Commissioner Howington, I apologize. Commissioner Howington.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Nabik, second by Commissioner Howington. Vice Mayor, did you want to still? Okay. Commissioner Caldwell?
Oh, no, I was going to ask the table too, but.
Can we do a verbal vote, please?
Mayor, may I just kind of comment? We approved a bunch of some of the other items that are on here regarding stormwater and Transform 386. If this is tabled, then the funding's not in place either for those projects, just as an FYI. Those were all pending on this agenda item.
What does that, can you explain what that means? Does it mean we're going to lose a 386 funding?
Right, so the city's shares and everything, our portion was part of this budget amendment. So for the money for Pegasus, 386, the elevation, everything was on this agenda item.
Vice Mayor.
So the reason why we're asking to table it is because we're transferring money from the Harris-Saxon Park? Is that the reason why we're tabling it?
No, the reason I made the motion to table it is it's apparent some of the commissioners are not fully comfortable with the spreadsheets and stuff that are in front of them. I met with the manager and with finance on Thursday. I understood it. I was comfortable. I don't know. We can't move forward with something that's this significant unless we have a comfort level. Now, we're under a time constraint tonight. I don't know if taking a recess for 10, 15 minutes.
I would be comfortable with that if the
Is
commission
going
would
to
be.
allow John to get with the commissioners that have a concern and see if we can have a better comfort level and then come back, and then I'd withdraw my motion to table and we can move forward. It is time sensitive, but everybody's got to have an understanding of exactly where this is. I get it. I understand the money, where you're moving the money to and that, but can we, I mean,
Mayor?
would everybody agree to take 10 minutes and allow the commissioners that have a concern to get with John?
No, I'm not
No.
gonna take 10 minutes. I know, I understand, like you, I understand it. I understand why the transfers are being made. And I don't want people to think that it's because some of it is going to Lakeshore Drive, but it is because it's going to Lakeshore Drive, because this project has been on hold for so long. It is time that we start working on it. And if it means to transfer some funds into Lakeshore Drive, then by all means, I am comfortable with it, and I am not taking 10 minutes. I'm not going to spend all night here just
Okay,
because
well,
of this
I'm
transfer.
comfortable with withdrawing my motion if somebody wants to withdraw their second, or we can call the question on this and let it fail, and, or whatever, and then we can
Yes.
come back again, whatever you want to do.
Hold on,
Mayor.
guys. We'll have Commissioner Santiago and then Commissioner Harriet will go after that. Commissioner Santiago?
Just to move this forward, can we just, go ahead, you were going to say something?
Suggestion, Mayor. The items in question are all related to the parks because they're a $0 amount. If you just remove all the reallocations of the park projects, excluding the two from 24-25, which totaled the $504,000, then I can bring that back at the only meeting in January.
Would the motioner and the person doing the second be okay with that? Yes. City, I see all of you lighting up your stuff. Who wants to speak? Go ahead, City Attorney.
Can I go?
Go ahead, Commissioner Harriet. I apologize.
That's all right. Thank you, Mayor. What John just suggested is what I was going to request. And then moving forward, I would like to see a budget amendment specific to single agenda items and not just lumping them all together in one. I think this is a poor practice, and we've been kind of forced to approve some things that other commissioners had questions on just because they were lumped together with items that were time sensitive. And then I also need to correct something else that was said. This has absolutely nothing to do with Lakeshore Drive for me. I absolutely understand the importance of funding Lakeshore Drive. I would just like to see that project is funded not at the detriment of a project in my district that has been promised to the residents as well. That's all I've got. I think that John's recommendation to withdraw the park reallocation from this budget amendment, bring the park allocation back at the next meeting is perfect.
Okay, we'll go to the City Attorney and then the City Deputy Manager. No, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Could we just recommend that the motion be made as drafted with the removal of Fund 302? I believe that will satisfy the concerns of the commission and John's concerns, and potentially
Excluding the fiscal year 24-25 adjustment.
excluding the fiscal year 24-25 adjustment. You all can, if someone wants to make the motion, you can just say,
Could you do me a
"So
favor?
moved."
instead of saying that, because Joyce is going to give me a speech later, could you just walk through whoever wants to do the motion? Walk them through the process, please.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, we did kill the second and the first. Yes. She withdrew, and then you withdrew. Correct. So who wants to make the motion? You want to do the honors, Commissioner, or sorry, Vice Mayor? Hold on.
So moved, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. So this is a motion to approve resolution number 2025-155, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026, and approving adjustments of revenues and expenditures of the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget, providing for conflict severability, Scrivener's error, and an effective date, with an amendment of the removal of Fund 302, with the exception of fiscal year 2024-2025.
And then Commissioner Novick. you're up.
Second.
There's a second. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, second by Commissioner Novick. If we can please go ahead and vote.
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Harriet?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Novick?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
Yes.
7-0.
Right, the motion passed 7-0. At this time, we're going to go ahead and go to 7H. Commissioner Howington, you're up again.
This probably goes back to the adoption of the budget, and I was just wondering, where is the difference in cost going to come from? Where was that reallocated from? Or is this just pulling from the general fund?
Two things. The first thing is making sure that we recognize that we had a grant of $139,000. So when we rolled the budget from fiscal year 24 to 25, when it hit the budget for 25-26, it did not recognize the grant revenue. So I took care of that. The difference is split three ways: 1/3 from general fund, 1/3 from water sewer, and 1/3 from building department. Those three funds are primarily the occupants of this building. Deltona Water pays their pro rata share of city manager, finance, HR, et cetera. The building department has a good majority of the first floor here, and then the general fund makes up the difference. So that was the funding source for the increase in the window project.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Commissioner Harriet, do you have anything before we move for a motion and a vote?
No, I would move to make a motion to approve agenda
right.
item H.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Harriet. Commissioner Santiago?
A second.
There's a second. Can you please read the approval request before we go and vote? Do the verbal vote.
Resolution number 2025-171, a resolution of Deltona, Florida, authorizing the city manager or designee to award bid 26004, install windows, doors at City Hall to Property Renovations and Construction, LLC, as the lowest responsible and responsive bidder, providing for implementation and an effective date.
All right, considerable vote.
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Harriet?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Novick?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
Yes.
7-0.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Commissioner Harriet.
I just wanted to let everybody know that I am getting ready to board a plane, and I'm going to have to end the meeting on my side, but I appreciate everybody allowing me to participate remotely in today.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Take care. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and enter into letter I, as in igloo, if Commissioner
Is now exiting.
Howington.
So this says that we're adopting the intent. We're not actually setting the rate tonight, correct?
No, ma'am.
And we would expect to see a reduction from ad valorem to non-ad valorem.
That is correct.
And then would we need to address, because I have a very big concern, as Commissioner Harriet had mentioned, that this is going to apply to every house within the city, and that will impact our disabled veterans who pay no ad valorem taxes today, as well as any other group that might be impacted by that. So will we need to decide that this evening with the intent, or is that something that we could have a workshop and look at later?
There will be, over the next 5 months leading up to the June commission meetings, numerous workshops that are going to be held by Benish and city staff. This evening, the only thing that this is doing is that I've affirmed that I have properly noticed in a general newspaper the required legal ad for the last 4 weeks. Then the passing of this resolution, I then have to provide a copy of it to the property appraiser and the tax collector that the city may be implementing a fire assessment fee. There's no mention of fees or anything else, because until the commission votes on this evening, we don't start into the next phase of the study. If this didn't pass, there'd be no reason to go any further with Benish. You as the commission, I've been talking about this with y'all since the May 3rd budget workshop, and I know that I spoke about it in June, July, August, September. This will be a replacement revenue for our current ad valorem proceeds. That's statement number one. Statement number two, over the last 2 months since we adopted the budget, that's now been 3 months ago already, it's hard to believe, but there's been a lot of talks from Tallahassee of...
I'm sorry, Ms. Burgos, please.
There's been a lot of talks in Tallahassee of a potential complete overhaul of the ad valorem assessment process. So with that said, item number 3, we've had good intents about the fire assessment fee. We have no understanding of the effects of the 8 bills financially to the city. $37 million of our general fund budget comes from ad valorem proceeds. It was stated this evening that the fire department's budget was $50 million. The operating budget for the fire department is just under $18 million. We have funded almost another $8 million in capital and CIP for the fire department this year. So with that said, we've talked about during the budget process of the need to renovate 3 of the existing fire stations. We talked about relocating 1 of the existing fire stations, and then Station 65 is less than, I believe, 13, 14 years old. So the maintenance that have been done on that, it's in really good shape. Then there's been talks of the need for 1, possibly 2 new fire stations. So this study comes at the perfect time of trying to determine, do we want to find a funding mechanism for operating? Because the operating budget, as I stated, is $18 million. Of that $18 million, around $3 million of that is just what we pay in the transport business. That cannot be a part of the fire assessment fee. That is not eligible. So that's why in this year's budget, y'all gave me the authorization to separate that into its own division. So it's very clear what we're paying for admin, operations, and transport. So we've set the stage, according to Benish, of exactly what we need to do an effective study. So we've received all the call data from the county. They have the last few years of expenditure data from the city. And so by your action tonight, if you approve this intent, then that's what I will be doing over the next 4.5, 5 months leading into our budget workshops in May, when Benish would come back and give you options. Y'all have all made it very clear from several of your conversations with me during the workshops of, veterans, how to, churches, other governmental properties. So there's a lot of decisions that will have to be made by you, the commission, on how those assessments would be implemented and who would be eligible for it. One of the things that we've talked on numerous occasions is, about our veterans. We have veterans that might be living only on, their VA pensions or subsidies, Social Securities, whatnot. But then we also have individuals that we know that are veterans that can afford this assessment without a problem. So the one thing that I know that the deputy city manager said was that there's programs that she's utilized in her prior cities that allows for people to come and get rebates on potential fire assessment fees. So that's all the things that I have shared with Benish, all of your concerns, plus what Ms. Hayes has stated, so that they have a good understanding of what your concerns are.
Okay. I was basically just wanting to make sure that we weren't committing to anything
No, ma'am.
tonight, other than accepting that we might implement this, and that would this allow us to streamline our process in the event that the tax structure does change, and then all of a sudden, basically, the rug is pulled out from under us and we lose $20 million overnight. It's happened.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
it could happen again.
So because we would also already have this intent, there's been some things in years past where things were passed, and if we didn't already have something on the books, we wouldn't be able to continue with it. Kind of like what we talked about previously on the CRA.
Right.
So no difference.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, I would like to make a motion. I move to approve resolution number 2025-170.
There's a motion by Commissioner Howington. Commissioner Nobik, you're up next.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Nobik. And Commissioner, okay, everybody else came up. You're good. Commissioner Harriet, do you have anything else before we go to a vote? Oh, that's right. All right, let's go ahead if City Attorney can read it, the request, and then we'll go for a verbal vote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is resolution number 2025-170, a resolution of the City of Deltona, Florida, confirming the City Commission's intent to utilize the uniform method of levy and collection of non-ad valorem assessments within the city, which may be levied by the city in accordance with the provisions of Section 197.3632 Florida statutes for the purposes of the provision of fire rescue services, directing transmission to the Volusia County Property Appraiser, Volusia County Tax Collector, and Florida Department of Revenue, providing for implementation and an effective date.
You're good.
Okay. Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Nobik?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
Yes.
6-0.
Okay. Again, for the record, Commissioner Harriet is no longer on the device, so we're going to go ahead and move with 6 commissioners. We still have a quorum, so this time we're going to go and move to action items. 9A is an alpha. If I can please have the city attorneys read the request, and then
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. If I may just remind you, at the last meeting, the other commissioners' appointments were approved, and this item was carried forward to this meeting for adding appointment. This is a request for consideration of the mayor's appointment to the Ordinance Review Committee, and this would just be a simple motion to confer appointment, sir.
So my motion is to appoint Dorothy Burr. I think I said her last name right. Commissioner Howington.
I'll second.
Commissioner Nobik.
Yeah, she beat me.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Guess we do a verbal vote, please.
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Nobik?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
Yes. All right. Did you need We're good. There you go. Okay, motion passes 6-0. We're going to go to City Commission Forensic Audit RFP. If I can please have the city attorney read the request, then we'll go to a motion, a second, then public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is item number 9B, which is related to the City Commission Forensic Audit, RFP number 25020. This is a request for direction from the City Commission, and I will turn it over to the Finance Director.
All right, this time we're going to do the motion before we get to the presentation. Commissioner Santiago and then Commissioner Caldwell.
Yep. I'd like to make a motion to reject the bid and take the fund balance to use for stormwater projects. Those are the needs of our residents in our community.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Santiago. Commissioner Novik.
Emma, did you say move it to stormwater fund balance? Second?
And there's a second by Commissioner Novik. Let's do the presentation and then we'll go to public comment. Did you want to do your presentation so we can move on to public comment, please?
Mayor, the only presentation I have is give the results of the bid. I have nothing else to provide.
Do you mind sharing that so the public can hear it? That way we can go to them for...
Absolutely, Mayor. So we issued, per direction received going back to May 3rd, we issued the RFP back the end of September with a opening of mid-October. We had an overwhelming number of questions, most I've ever had. We had 59 questions, which required us to extend the bid opening. When we had the bid opening, we received 9 solicitations from various vendors. We only had one that was responsive, which was Carr, Riggs and Ingram, with a bid of $1.325 billion. I can tell you...
Sorry, you said million or billion?
Million,
okay.
1.325 million. I can tell you, Mayor, that when we went through it, staff and I, we had... these are CPA firms. They did not sign addendums, which means they didn't acknowledge one of the 5 addendums. They didn't submit their price proposals per the requirements of the solicitation. So when that was said, only one, Carr, Riggs. When we're being asked to have a firm come in and look at our finances and our policies and procedures, making sure staff's adhering, it definitely isn't good if a CPA firm is not responsive in the requirements of the bid. So that's why the purchasing manager stated that their 8 bids were all non-responsive and did not qualify to the intent of the solicitation, and therefore were not called into the record per our purchasing policy.
All right, I'm sure there's a lot of us with questions up here, so we're going to go ahead to public comment, and then we'll go ahead to the questions on the commission.
Sean O'Donnell, please. Sean O'Donnell. David Markle.
Mr. Markham, your mic is already on.
Yeah, it's on. Thank you. Dave Markle, Deltona. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here tonight to voice support for forensic audit of the city, funded by the $1 million previously set aside for SB 180 litigation, which is no longer necessary following the city's withdrawal from the lawsuit. These funds were reserved to protect the city's interest. Now that the litigation is no longer moving forward, the question before us is simple. How should these dollars best serve the public? A forensics audit is a responsible and forward-looking use of those funds. Unlike a routine financial audit, a forensic audit provides a deeper, independent review of financial practices, controls, contracts, and expenditures. Its purpose is not to accuse, but to verify, identify weakness, and restore public confidence. Many residents have raised concerns about transparency, internal controls, and how public funds are managed. Whether those concerns ultimately prove valid or not, the only way to resolve them credibility is through an independent forensic audit. Using already allocated funds for this purpose does not require new taxes, does not reduce services, and does not create additional financial burden on the residents. Instead, it demonstrates that the Commission values accountability, fiscal stewardship, and public trust. A forensic audit sends a clear message that the city has nothing to hide, that leadership welcomes oversight, and that the taxpayer dollars will be protected with the same diligence as any private organization. I respectfully urge this commission to reallocate the unused SB 180 litigation funds towards a comprehensive forensic audit and to commit to making the results publicly available. This is an opportunity to turn a legal withdrawal into a positive step forward for transparency and confidence in city government. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Borgens, please.
Matthew Borgens, Deltona. We've seen over multiple meetings and even tonight how funds get misallocated, that they're being brought over from multiple years. You can't figure out where they're at. They're stumbled when being talked about. And so we've asked for this, like Albert said, over 7 years. This has been an ongoing issue. We've seen commissions and other areas where they're paying themselves are being used at this mayor's ball. And so using something like this to check everything, don't shake your head at me, sir. The nonverbal cues right here is just
Sir,
respect there.
Can you please proceed?
This is about what I'm talking about.
Proceed.
But the nonverbal cues is not necessary. The rolling the eyes, the shaking the head is not how you respect residents.
Sir, it's your time. You
I
can
understand,
waste it
sir.
however you like.
Quit interrupting you.
Mr. Sosa, you're interrupting the meeting. I apologize. I'm sorry.
But
you need to stop interrupting, please. Mr. Ford.
But this is how the city's going to act for funding, as how they treat the residents. We're trying to install transparency and trust back to the city. And so this will be something that will help benefit them to just sit there and show that you're benefiting us. What is it going to hurt to open your books and say, this is what we're doing for you? This is where the money for the parks are going. This is where everything's going, and just make everybody feel at ease. But instead, you're sitting there rolling your eyes, have snarky remarks at everything, and won't let anybody talk. So I urge the commission to sit there and approve this, so just let the residents feel comfortable with what's going on here. Earlier this year, we had issues where we couldn't even trust what the city manager was doing, and so we reduced his budget down to $25,000 and then back to $75,000. If we can't trust what our own people are doing, then how are we supposed to trust you guys? Thank you, and I have plenty of time, so please don't roll your eyes or shake your head at me again.
Thank you. David Sosa, please.
All right, David Sosa. And I wasn't speaking. I'm sitting there quietly listening.
I apologize.
I know I live rent-free in your head, but that's okay. All right. Now, with this forensic audit, we definitely need an audit. There is no public trust in any of the commission or the city manager. Zero. We need a forensic audit. I agree. I do not want a firm that can't even follow protocols to get in a bid. I believe we may have to put this back out to bid again and actually get a quality firm in here to do a forensic audit. A couple questions that were raised by the presentation here is 59 questions were submitted. Where were the questions from and what are the questions? That is one of the major questions I have. Now, do we need a forensic audit? Absolutely. We have Gray & Purvis that comes in and do your annual audit. And once I've said before, all they do is check cash ins equals cash outs. And even at the last budget meeting, the gentleman from Gray & Purvis stood up in that corner and he totally agreed. He was a little bit more eloquent in how he said it, but basically cash ins equals cash outs. It doesn't go towards abuse, waste, or fraud. When we have policies in place that are violated, it costs the taxpayers money. And I know we have several instances of those policies being violated that have cost the taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars. Now, We keep saying we don't want to waste money. I looked at some of your mileage reimbursements, Avila, and I don't think we should be paying thousands of dollars for mileage reimbursements to go to Latin festivals in Tampa or RNHA meetings in Orlando. That's not what taxpayer funds are for. And that is the type of spending that we need to take a look at. What is being spent? How is it being spent? And is it being spent appropriately? Does the tax base of Deltona have a vested interest in it? Or is it a personal interest that the taxpayers are paying for? Thank you.
Thank you. Albert Bryan, please.
Albert Bryan, Deltona. You know, Emma, your motion shows everything that we need to know about you. Because of all people, you should want this place actually audited to prove that you're right, and they're right, and they're right. But by making this motion, it shows that you fear all of what's been hidden for all these years. Recently, we have seen very corrupt actions. Just in the past month. If you vote to deny this audit, then I believe every one of you up there are corrupt. And I believe everybody back here and everybody at home watching this understands what I'm talking about. Because the citizens have asked for this for over actually 10 years now. Ever since Jane Shine was here, we have asked for this. To deny this, you're denying that you work for us. And you don't believe that we need to know anything. If that's really what you believe, you need to get out of that seat. Because you don't represent District 2 at all. At all. I can honestly say, I have been here longer than any of you up there, including you, Mr. Novich. I have seen year after year after year mistakes made in the budget. This man stood up here and told you the operating cost is $18 million for the fire department. Yet I looked in the actual book that he put out this year. It's $32 million. Interesting how we mix those numbers up. I sat right back there and looked at that. Why would he lie to you? Oh, because he wants to change the tax burden on us. So at the end of the day, when you talk about denying an audit, especially a fiscal audit, that should go all the way back to 2022, 2023 fiscal year, all the way through this fiscal year. Because otherwise, you're not doing anything but helping yourselves and staff prove that y'all don't know what you're doing, that we can't have any trust in y'all at all anymore, and that we need to vote every single one of you out now. It's that simple. Y'all need to get it together and understand that we, the people, want this. We deserve it. I don't care if you have to spend $1.5 million to $2 million on it. It'll give us answers that we've been asking for 10 years.
Thank you. Courtney Kostbergers.
He's always a tough act to follow. Let me start off by saying I don't think any of you are stealing money. That's my opinion. I don't think you are. I think for the most part you all care about the city. And I don't feel as strongly as Albert and David and some of the others that we need one, but if that's what the public wants, I think maybe we should have one. But I would like to see exactly what they're going to audit. The what did you call it? The different, oops, sorry, sections. You called it something else, but it's $1 million is a lot. The 500 and, I didn't see it on this paper, but I saw it somewhere else. 580 something was one of the bids for like less, oh gosh, less things to be looked at. And then the 1 million plus is for the, I don't know. That's still, I don't think is a whole thing, because when we talked about it in the budget, when we were putting it in, they said it could be over 2 million or more, depending on how many sections we audited. So I think maybe like David says, we need to table this for now and get some more bids in and find out exactly what departments we're going to look at, what aspects of, like I said, I can't remember the word, but we need to know, we don't need to spend the money if it's not going to benefit us. We need to see where we're looking, how many areas we're going to look at, and how much it would be competitively with more than one bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that closes public comments.
Vice Mayor, you are up first.
Thank you, Mayor. So back in August 25th, we had a workshop, and this was discussed. The audit, the forensic audit was discussed. The dollar amount of the audit was discussed. And I know for a fact that while discussing the price of the forensic audit, I believe that we said, or some of us said, so let's do a DOSH. Is that how you pronounce it? DOSH audit, because it's free. I believe that's what we said at the workshop. But like many other things that I never follow up on, this was never followed up on. I know that it was said that we approved somebody to come and do a presentation. The person did come. He did a presentation. I have no idea. We never had a follow-up as, did we like it? Did we not like it? Are we going to hire him? Are we not going to hire him? Are we going to look for somebody else? None of that ever came up, at least not to me. Can't speak for the other commissioners. So here we are again. Here we are again. Either we pay for the forensic or we go to the second choice, which is the, it's so hard to keep how to pronounce this thing, douche, dash, whatever. One is free, the other one costs us money. And at this point, I believe that we have to give the residents what they've been asking for, and it's the forensic audit. Whichever one we decide to choose to go with right now. If you want to go for the freebie, then you know which way to go. If you want to pay, then we have the option. But those are my comments. But this was spoken. This was discussed. And I don't want to go for another workshop. I'm sorry. I do not want another workshop. I'm sick of workshops. I sit in a workshop. Nothing ever comes out of it. And if we do decide something, we come to the dais, and some people decide to make changes to what we've decided at the workshop. So I do not want to go to another workshop.
All right.
Those are my comments.
All right, Commissioner Howington.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I have to support my residents. They are asking for this. They've been asking for this for years. I do believe that there is a way that we can reduce the scope. And the company said right on the proposed fee page that they would welcome the opportunity to discuss any potential fine-tuning to the fee estimates. And whether that is that we reduce the scope in years, the number of funds, whatever we choose to do, doing a 2-year audit would be $565,000 based on the fee table that's provided. And so that is 100% within our control, because I believe that when we did vote, we said that the commission would make that decision. And so we can work with the firm to stay within our budgetary constraints. They should be aware of what was budgeted, and that was $500,000. So if they're making that statement, then they should already be aware of what we have available. Our information's pretty public. So at this point, I'm going to support my residents. They are asking for it. If this motion does not pass, I am prepared to put through another motion. I'd like to make that request now if it fails. Thank you.
Commissioner Caldwell.
That she had said. I know when we had the workshop on this, we discussed this and set a monetary price and somewhat of a scope. I believe the Doge audit was a second option or a second on top of what we were going to do. Exactly. That's all I have to say, and I'm for this too.
Commissioner Novick.
Thank you, Mayor. Since 2015 through 2024, we've got a snapshot here. We've had outstanding audits by the auditing firm. We could use the existing auditing firm and give them new parameters. We've not done anything internally at no cost to us with putting some of this money towards enhancing information and technology systems within the finance department. There's a lot of things that can be put in place by this commission within policies in that, and bringing on some additional items for our current auditors to drill down into. Now, I wasn't here for those workshops and those previous conversations, but I keep coming back to the same thought: is what is the probable cause here to move forward? There's been nothing in the existing. It's okay, Mayor. I'm used to it. There's been nothing in the previous audits. We have some people, a small group of people, when you look at 100,000 people within the city, that constantly have this concern about these issues and transparency, and staff has done a very good job. And I think at this point too, I want to give John an opportunity to come back up to the microphone and rebut some of the accusations that were made against our finance department and our finance director. It's simply not true. It's simply not true. There's not money that is not accounted for. Now, when there was a previous city manager here, there was money that was moved incorrectly from one pot to another, but that money was there. It just was moved in a manner that wasn't consistent with acceptable policies and acceptable practices. And when that individual left and a new team was brought in, those corrections were made and the money was put back into the proper pots that it was supposed to be in accordance with acceptable practices and our policies and procedures. So if there's a problem with the policies and procedures that our finance department operates under in terms of reporting or whatever, I've not heard specifics from this commission about what you're actually looking for. And I think if we could get to the core of that and identify where the policies can be tweaked to provide that reporting through implementing systems, through information and technology systems, I think that would go a lot further. Because let's say the forensic audit comes in, and I believe it would come in that everything was okay. We go 2 years down the road and the same thing comes up. We're going to spend another $1 million because 40, 50 people have a particular issue. We have to make the changes that have raised these questions. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have to implement some policies on our own through finance to take a look at these transparency issues that we allegedly have. That doesn't cost us $500,000. It certainly doesn't cost us $1 million. We can have a lot better use for that. for that money. So I think we need to reevaluate this a little bit at this time. We definitely need to reject this bid because this is outlandish. But I think we could apply some of this money, leave it where it's at within the budget, and apply some of this money to our existing auditors to expand the parameters of their audit, to drill down deeper into what are some areas of concern. And again, I wasn't here for those conversations. I don't know what those areas of concern were. Were they a particular department? Was it the way checks are issued? Is it a timely manner? Is it reports that are presented or not presented? That's my suggestion, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Santiago, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, over the past 10 years, this city goes annually, we have independent audits. And during that period of time, in the last 10 years, the audit has not identified any findings, has not identified any deficiencies, has not identified any concerns that would justify spending $1.3 million on a forensic review. Our city has consistently met all the requirements, all the best practices established by the Government Finance Officers Association. Matter of fact, we've received awards that demonstrates our strong financial controls. It demonstrates our transparency. It demonstrates our accountability. These audits are conducted by qualified independent professionals, and they provide ongoing oversight of our financial operations. I believe in order to be physically responsible, we should not spend $1.3 million in taxpayers' dollars on a forensic audit when there's no documented evidence of financial misconduct or irregularities.
Ms. White, please.
I'm committed to transparency.
Ms. White, please.
I'm committed to accountability. I continue to support appropriate oversights like Commissioner Novick. Maybe we can come up with something that has accountability and shows transparency more than what we have here. But at this time, to spend $1.3 million of taxpayer money for funds that there's been no identified findings and no deficiencies from our auditors, I will not support that. Thank you. You don't represent 100,000 people.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, Ms. Blodgett, please. All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So going back to independent audit, we know very clearly we know that when standing on that podium, they very clearly specify we do not audit policies and procedures. The issue we had with the money that we owe the IRS was not that we did not pay the IRS. It was the policies and procedures were not followed. That's what caused the problem. So even when we have an audit, we have issues that cost the city to pay money to the IRS when we shouldn't have done it. I don't know what else or what kind of auditors we're going to be bringing that are going to be looking for more than what these auditors that we have right now are be looking for. As an auditor, I used to do mini audits in the bank before the big audits came in, and I can tell you that there's so much more than just looking at a receipt that matches an expense. There's so much more to it. And this is not being done on these audits that we're having here in the city of Deltona. So I am still in favor of the forensic audit, or if you want to go with the free audit.
We are getting close to 9:30. Can we vote? I mean, I know our policies say 9:30. I know Commissioner Howington, before you start jumping up, has been telling me we can do whatever we want. So if it's the will of the commission to extend the meeting, that's up to the commission. So I'll go down each person's line to see if you want to extend the meeting, but we can at least get through this vote. So Commissioner Nabik?
Yeah, we're close to the end. Keep going.
Okay, Commissioner Caldwell? Yes. Okay, Commissioner Howington? Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez?
Yes.
All right, and Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Howington, you were up next.
So there is a difference between a financial audit. I have not seen anything within John's procedures that give me pause. It is within our actual procedures in how money is being spent. That's before it ever gets to accounting. And I don't want to go back into history to explain why we have issues, but I think the events of the past year have shown us why. That is what a forensic audit would look at. And I believe one of the things that I offered during the budget season was to give back money for stormwater, and it was rejected as part of my full rollback. But now, when we're trying to do something that the residents are asking us to do, now all of a sudden stormwater is important. Why wasn't it important when I made the offer in September? Then it was parks. Our residents want this, and there is a way for us to do this for $500,000. And you know what, frankly, I hope they come back and tell us there's nothing wrong. But at least our residents know that we heard them and we have gone down the road of ensuring that what we're doing is accurate. And part of this audit is that they will provide us with best practices where we do have deficiencies. And that will also help with gaining that transparency with our residents and helping them to understand. We've seen the Jane Shang years. Nobody can admit there wasn't a problem at that time. There's been a lot of cleanup, and everybody knows that there's been a lot of cleanup. And John, I know that you take a lot of heat in this, but that's the world we live in, right? But it's, you know, I think that this is a good thing just because we need assurances for our residents because they're asking us for it, and there is a way to do this in an efficient manner. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and vote. John, did you, Commissioner Nabik asked you for just clarification on, go ahead.
Mayor, Commission, I believe I've taken great strides in making sure the budget is transparent, created an entire website to it, to the point that since April of this year, I post a monthly budget report by the 20th of every month. If you go to page 3 of the budget report, it puts in detail the operating budget of the general fund. It specifically states fire services budget, because earlier I gave you an estimate. The exact budget Commission approved, not including CIP and capital, $17,370,062 is the total administrative, operating, and transport budget for your fire services.
All right. Can we please go ahead and vote?
Commissioner Caldwell?
Just for clarification, for city attorneys, reinstate the
Yes.
the whole process, and then explain if they vote yes what they're voting for and no what they're voting for.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So on this item, the staff was seeking direction of whether to proceed through the procurement process and accept the single responsible bidder or to reject the bids. There's currently a motion and a second on the floor to reject the bids and reallocate the funds that were for this purpose to be transferred to stormwater for stormwater projects.
Okay. Let's go ahead and Go ahead with the voting process.
Commissioner Caldwell? Commissioner Howington?
No.
Commissioner Nabik?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Villa?
Yes.
3-3.
The motion fails. Ms. White, I've asked you repeatedly. Ms. White, I've asked you repeatedly to please stop interrupting the meetings. One more and you will be escorted out. Could we please escort her out? Thank you. Commissioner Howington, you're first on the board.
I'd like to make a motion to go back to this CRI organization and revise the scope not to exceed the $500,000 budget.
Repeat that one more time.
I motion to go back to CRI and negotiate to revise the scope not to exceed $500,000.
Mayor, I don't think we can do that when we've gone through the bid process.
It's in the bid. It's in the bid.
All right, I'll get direction in just a minute. Commissioner Caldwell is up first. Commissioner Caldwell, go ahead.
Did you want to second? I was going to second, but if we
Okay,
can clarify,
no.
then we can clarify.
So we got a motion and a second. Now we can get clarification. Either legal or from John, it doesn't matter, but accurate answers, please.
Yes. So in order to comply with this motion as presented, you do have the discretion to do so. However, it would be through a suspension of the procurement process because you have altered the scope significantly. Auditing is an exempt service, so you would be able to proceed through an exemption. However, it would no longer be through this RFP. That makes sense.
All right. Commissioner Nabik, you're up first.
So the bid process with regards to this audit were exempt?
Sorry, the financial.
By state statute, the annual audit must be solicited. This is an additional scope of service. It's not part of the annual audit. So by the purchasing policy, financial services is deemed a non-competitive procurement. So you could waive all bidding requirements and authorize me with a revised scope of service to reach out to Carr Riggs, seeing that they were the only responsive bidder, to negotiate with them directly under the existing purchasing policy. So I could go back to them then and say, I have a budget of $500,000. What could I get done to look at these items? For example, the majority of what I heard this evening from individuals getting up here and speaking is questions regarding our policies. So we could have them come in and review our policies in totality and make recommendations to tighten them up. Because again, as Commissioner Howington said, we only pay for things that are allowed by policy when they come to us in finance. So if there's an item that people don't agree with, that's a policy issue, not something that finance has paid. So that's why I think you could have someone come in and review our policies that are financial in nature, like was said this evening, a policy that dates back to 2007. You know, so there's a lot of things that could be reviewed and updated in a revised scope of service.
Commissioner Caldwell and then Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
John, before you sit down, so if we go back and you make or get a bid for $500,000 and we change the scope of work, will that come back to us on the change of scope?
So what I would do this evening is tomorrow, I would email y'all the exact scope of services that we took out for bid. And I would ask for, what would you like to see? You know, it listed all the departments. Do you not want to see the center? Do you not want to see Parks and Rec? You only want to see Deltona Water and Stormwater? Just making comments.
Gotcha.
You only want to go back, you only want to look at years 2021 and 21-22. You know, for example, as I said to Mr. Novick through Robin the other day, you know, 20 through 21, you had the CARES Act and ARPA funding, you know, so do you want to look at that? You know, so, you know, just give me a much tighter, you know, scope, because what I received from May 3rd was broad. I spoke countless times with Ms. Howington, you know, so that's what I did. I mean, I expressed to y'all during the budget process that when we were leading up to this bid going out, I followed the city of Belle Glade and the city of Popka's RFP. Put it together, that's what I sent out. So if you tell me you want to look at 2 years, that's not going to say that the bid's going to go from 1.325 to 600,000, because they have to build their audit scope and, you know, how they're going to do the audit. So to go to 2 years, it might bring the price down to 800,000. You know, I just don't know. So that's why I'm saying, just let me give you the scope, tighten it up, and let me see what car rigs can come back to us at. And I could have that with everything else, Commissioners Caldwell and Novick, bring that back as well, the only meeting in January. 4 weeks is more than enough time to get that accomplished.
Okay, Vice Mayor Vila Vasquez, and then we're up again with everyone else.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question. We're not just going to be auditing policies, right? We're going to be auditing finance, and then we're going to audit the way the finance was spent according to the policy.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yes, the current scope was all transactions. That's all. So, you know, those reports that I sent Commissioner Howington, every last one of those items, but for 4 years. So that's going to be, you know, every time I went on a conference and I spent $1, they were going to look at that dollar. Did everyone behind me or above me, the deputy, sign off on it? When it was paid in AP, was it reviewed by someone other than me? I mean, they're going to look at that detail. So this is a very laborious process, as I stated to you. This isn't just the $1.325 million to car rigs. That's countless hours upon hours of staff time as well. So it's going to be an exhaustive process. So I think if we reduce the scope, it does make it a whole lot more obtainable for far less money. But it's going to have to be really narrowed down.
Which is what an audit is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly how you explained it.
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, every department review, but also were you allowed to take that trip, or were you allowed to spend that money?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in the policy?
That is absolutely what would be completed. And in the last year and a half that your city manager has been here, we have updated every single policy, and we keep bringing new policies back. So, you know, I would say that, you know, if you're going to look at something, I would not go back personally as your finance director. I would not go back any earlier than September 30th of 23, because so much changed in fiscal year 23-24. So, you know, so if you were going to look at anything, personally, I would look at fiscal years 21 and 22. Not that I know anything out there, because I do not, but those were the critical years that so much happened. CARES, ARPA, you know. So I've stood up here before and said over there, countless times. There's so much more I could do with $1.325 million or $500,000 just fixing our internal procedures to bring it to the 21st century. We just went to automated payroll 4 weeks ago, entering payroll biweekly, line by line on paper timesheets. We just went automated. Allowing me to update those procedures goes so far. We updated from paper-based, P-card receipts to automation. I mean, we have come to the 21st century when we're a city that's been around for 30 years, we're finally doing it. So I just, give me time. I'm turning your finance department around. By turning the finance department around, it affects the departments. The mayor has no ability to have me issue a check. The city manager has no ability for me to issue a check. I have to go through 3 steps to issue any type of payment. Nothing can be done on even my authority. And I have final authority over when the mayor issues a travel request, I have to, review it. The city managers, I have to review it. But then there's people under me that have to review it. I can't transfer $1 without someone authorizing it. I can't issue a wire or an ACH payment without multiple reviews, to include at times the city clerk's office. There are so many reviews. Multiple people sitting or standing behind me have sent me emails. I have answered it to the letter without question. I have found everything. Everyone said there's a problem with Rhode Island. To the penny, I was able to tell you within a couple of days every resolution that added money or removed money to it. Last year when we talked about the sheriff's department and impact fees, I found that my first month here and brought it to the adjustment in January. We're hitting it hard every day. The 15 people in the upstairs finance department, we're hitting it every single day. There is not a day that goes by that we're not uncovering something under a rock. Every day. So I will welcome any type of forensic audit y'all throw at me. It's all I can do, Mayor, but you're not going to find anything that's an issue within the last 15 months. It's going to have occurred 6-7 years ago. You have a phenomenal finance department, and I'll stand behind them any day.
Commissioner Colwell. So I apologize, Vice Mayor, are you finished? No, I'm good. Okay. Commissioner Colwell.
So John, if I'm understanding this right, the forensic audit cost is $360 for 3 years, if I'm reading this correctly?
It's $250 plus $315 for 2 years.
$315 for 2 years?
John, you have to turn.
It says 3 years from September 30, 22 to 24 is $360.
We would have to go back to them, sir, because it was a total bid. So if we were only to look at 1 or 2 of those
Okay,
years.
that's what I was asking, because I
Yes,
thought I'd
sir.
seen a number of 565 or something.
If you
Yeah.
had the 1 year
Okay.
plus the 2 years.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because we bid it out, sir, as a 4-year project.
So we could have the 3 years audited with an option if there's findings to go further, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Again, it's where do you start? Oldest to newest or newest to oldest? I would go back and say, personally, sir, we don't have a police department here. It's done by the sheriff. Anytime there's a major shift, change of, a chief, in a lot of organizations, it requires a mandatory audit of property evidence. One of the things that I actually told to this deputy city manager, you want to see some transparency? Let me come back in January and make an ordinance change that has a mandatory audit rotation every 5 years. Instead of having Purvis Gray, where they've been here now for pushing 10 years, let's do a mandatory audit rotation. Strengthen what you want to see in that annual review. You want an IT, integrity audit done. You want, every year you want, this to be added. You want this major department to be added to additional review. The following year, you want this department. There's so many things that we could do with our annual audit that would hit everything that you're asking for without them losing their independence on the audit.
Commissioner Novick?
So, Commissioner Caldwell, I think just the opposite of what you said about if we go back 3 years and nothing's found in that forensic audit, is the public opinion going to be, oh, well, we need to go back further? We're tailoring a concern here now to fit a budget consideration. So I have a concern about the amount of years. If they find something, you had said, well, then we go back further. I'm thinking if we don't find anything, people are going to want us to go back further and dig even more. So that can cut both ways. John, is there any value, or would our current auditors, would they be willing to work with the other firm? How does that work? Is some of their stuff proprietary? Because you had said so much of this is going to be they're going to have to rebuild, or they're going to have to build the system to do the audit. Well, the audit track and trail is already there with our current auditors.
So for full disclosure, I've done a forensic audit of a much smaller scale one time, and it happened to be Carter Riggs was the individuals. But I saw blatant things that warranted it. I stood getting ready for a storm and saw ordinances, and I'm like, ma'am, Miss City Clerk, is this your signature? I'm pretty sure it's not. No, it's not. So I found things that gave me a reason to do an audit. So again, I don't believe that going back to the Jane Chan era has any relevance. So much has changed. So again, I would look at my current process, have someone come do a deep dive in my current process to say, yep, you made the right change. No, you haven't made the right change. I think you should do this. Help me tighten up. What we do today is what will guarantee that tomorrow things won't occur. Commissioner Harriet made a comment about not putting budget amendments like I did, but I can give you 5 reasons why we do it that benefits us. Because when I came here, we were doing it every item by a single resolution. People weren't keeping track of it. When you're issuing 30 changes by 30 separate resolutions, it's hard to keep track of it when we do it 4 times a year and everything's right there. So, so again, Commissioner Novick, I truly believe that if anything, look in the very near past, not 5 years ago. It's irrelevant.
So basically, you're looking at this forensic audit to validate and approve the changes that the current administration has put in place.
Absolutely. I mean, that would technically come from the city manager's office, but, look at what HR does versus finance. Is that the right thing? Is that the best practice? Is that benchmark? How we handle, changes from the field. Yes, sir. I think if you looked at how we're doing it today, it would go a long way, because remember, your annual auditors do not opine on operations. That is administration's right and commission's right. Okay? They are not going to make administrative organizational change recommendations. A separate firm coming in looking, that's where they do, because that ruins independence of your auditors.
So is this direction going to resolve the original reason for the forensic audit back when you guys had the workshops and stuff, is what I'm trying to find out?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you good, Mr. Novick?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Howington, and then we're going to vote. Go ahead.
Just reading through kind of how they wrote the proposal, it looks like we can select years. It seems like they were fairly reasonable with working with us on this. So, and they even said we did not have to use successive years as well. So we definitely have the control of that scope, and that is something that we would set. So it truly is in our control. And to your point, if we went back 2-3 years, whatever the number is that we would choose, typically you're going to know if you have a problem, and you're going to know fairly quickly. And, you know, this is something that actually can be a tool for John's team, because as they go through and they're trying to fix issues that have arisen as they turn over the rocks and find things, this will actually help to expedite that process, and we'll have extra people helping to get that process moving forward faster. So while if there was something that was of grave concern, we could go back beyond that time frame, but I don't know that that would be necessary. I don't think I've really seen that happen very often. So, they seem rather flexible, and I think that we can definitely work with something within that $500,000 range.
All right, city attorneys, can you please redo the motion or the request, and then we'll do the clerk to do a verbal vote.
So my understanding of the motion is that the motion is to reject the bids with direction to staff to move forward on a modified scope with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, utilizing the $500,000 budget as the cap and concentrating on the financial and operational concerns discussed during this hearing tonight. And it will come back for a final vote.
I would keep it a little bit more broad and just saying the scope, because just saying procedure might not encompass everything.
Very good.
I'd like to get with John and possibly talk through some scenarios.
Very good.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Howington and a second by Commissioner Caldwell. Can we please go ahead and vote?
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Commissioner Novick?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
We have a phenomenal finance director, and I know with time, you're doing great, but I'm not willing to spend $500,000, so no.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
No.
4-2.
Okay, the motion passes 4-2. At this time, we're going to go to city attorney comments, or we're over our time. Do we want to finish the rest of the agenda? Is that
Yes.
okay with the commission?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things tonight. The first one is good news. The case that we've had in the Anson, the Stone Island case that's been pending for a while, we've had a lot of meetings about this. As you know, we had filed a motion for summary judgment, and we prevailed. You all were updated, obviously, via email, but I just wanted to bring this to you all tonight to let you know that we have prevailed in our motion for summary judgment. The case is closed. Now, there is one final issue we are asking for you to consider and get a consensus on, which is whether you are willing to accept this proposal by the plaintiffs. And I will tell you that I recommend that you do. They have proposed that we waive our right to seek attorney's fees in exchange for them waiving their right to bring an appeal. Partly because this is a class, a large group, they weren't certified, but there is a large group of individual homeowners And even though I do believe we'll prevail on our attorney's fees motion, collection is going to be onerous, costly, time-consuming, and potentially futile. And as a result of that, even if they bring an appeal that fails, we'll still end up spending time and money and 6 to 12 months going through the process, and we'll certainly have to brief it. And so my recommendation is that we agree to waive our right to attorney's fees in exchange for them waiving their right to file an appeal. And then we'll be able to close this book and move forward on this case. So I'm just asking for consensus. You all can say just yes or no, and I'll hear you and I'll know.
All right, can we do a quick verbal vote, please?
Commissioner Caldwell?
I have a question. Do we know what that figure is? The attorney's fees?
I don't know what it is. It's probably between $150,000 and $200,000 at this point. But I think we're down to like 62 plaintiffs. Some of them are spouses, so they share a home.
Right.
So it's probably, I think, 42 individual households. We depose them all. I don't get the sense that there's going to be a successful recovery of our fees against any of them.
Right. So, and out of this, we get a refusal to appeal.
If we agree not to pursue fees, we agree not to appeal.
All right, yes.
And
Yes.
so we will be done.
Yes.
Commissioner Howington?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa-Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Villa?
Yes.
6-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item is with respect to development moratorium. And as you all know, we passed this moratorium, and it is set to expire in March. We did receive a letter dated November 4th from J.C. Wilson and Associates law firm representing Howland Holdings Group, LLC. And they have, in this letter, which we've provided as an exhibit, raised the position that they believe our moratorium is in violation of Senate Bill 180. And we certainly wanted to come to you all to seek direction to determine if you want to take action here. I'm happy to talk about this more, but I'm also happy to take questions.
I don't see anybody on board. So are they actually suing us?
Not suing us. They have asserted their position that they believe our moratorium is in violation of Senate Bill 180. To be very frank, as you know, the night you passed this moratorium, we advised you that it is in violation of Senate Bill 180. So they will very likely prevail if they bring an action. They have not filed the statutorily required notice in which we will have sort of a safe harbor to withdraw. Although my gut is that'll be the next step. I think that they did this to sort of give us an attempt to walk away without having to pursue. But certainly we'll take the direction from you all.
So if they start the process, we still have 7 days, correct? Or whatever the time is?
10 days.
14 days?
Yeah, it's either 10 days.
Is it going to cost us any money?
If we withdraw?
If we, within those 14 days, remove the moratorium?
It should not.
Okay, so just my opinion, and I'm sorry I went before this thing was even lit up. I say we just leave it until they actually sue us. That's my opinion. Commissioner Howington? So essentially what I'm saying is, if they start the legal process, they give us 14-day windows to remove the moratorium. It won't cost us any money. So let them start the legal process, and then at that time, then I'd be willing to remove the moratorium. We got nothing else coming anyway, so there's no reason why we're going to get into a silly... Go ahead, Commissioner Howington.
So looking at the letter, the first question that I have is, it was written November 4th, and I'm specifically written into this letter, and it is directed specifically to members of the Deltona City Commission, and I'm curious why it took almost 6 weeks for me to see this letter, given that it was addressed specifically to the commission. I was not even made aware that it existed until I found it in the agenda.
We sent this via email to you all when it was received. There was an additional correspondence from them as well, but we sent this to you all via email.
Okay,
So
I'll go back and look for it.
yeah, we sent this to you via email. There was additional correspondence from them, but you all were notified within a few days of receipt. And frankly, we were waiting for the next step. They did follow up. We just haven't gotten the statutorily required safe harbor letter. And certainly, if it comes in, we can do a special call. I know in January, we don't have the first meeting. I know we're only on the 20th. But if it comes in, I don't know, over the holidays or anytime, we would do a special call, and I feel confident we could get a quorum within our window.
Okay, so, I mean, just reading through the letter, it looks like their concern is whether or not the Pine Ridge RPUD goes through the application process. This project currently has an exemption for another project within that same location. And they're two separate, so I understand that the exemption is different. However, they have an existing exemption. They had a pre-application meeting where they brought in a conceptual drawing. And at that time, the city engineer had stated that it did not meet the land development code. I mean, like you mentioned, we are right at the tail end of the moratorium. It doesn't appear that they're asking us to reverse the moratorium. They simply want us to move this project through the application process. Speaking to Jordan, it sounds like the application process for this would be submit the application. It gets reviewed through a 20-day review process. They go back and determine whether or not, then they have the opportunity to revise, potentially come back to us if they need any waivers or variances, which would potentially put us out into February or March timeframe if they go through those processes. So would they be amenable to having us give them an exception? We talked about this in the beginning, that if somebody came before us and made an ask, that we would make a consideration. This piece of property already has an exemption just for a different project.
Yeah,
So would it be an issue to let them bring the application forward?
So the moratorium ordinance does provide a procedure for waivers. The waivers are or were supposed to be submitted within 90 days of the effective date of the ordinance.
But I think they're kind of in an exception because they were already an exempted property.
Right, and they amended their project. Correct.
Yes.
They did amend their
They
project.
did, which is why it would need to go through the application process. And so they're kind of stuck.
Correct.
So, I mean, at this point, given the fact that they were already exempted, I don't see why we could not let them submit the application via a waiver.
So we could we're going to have to circle back on this. I mean, there is a waiver provision, but they're outside the waiver provision. They're outside that time period. So we could amend the ordinance. We could suspend enforcement of the waiver provision. You could do that. I will say that my hesitance with this ordinance and doing anything with this ordinance, short of repealing it, is that we already know it's in violation, full stop. So the more we do, the less ideal that is. However, you could elect to waive enforcement of the waiver provision of the ordinance, and we could advise this applicant that they could apply for a waiver. Obviously, then they would have to go through the process. So you could waive the time period requirement you could suspend the time period requirement of the section of the ordinance with respect to waiver. I don't like that, though. I'm going to be direct with you.
I don't know that it actually even gets the applicant what they want because it requires a public hearing.
Yeah, I don't think it gets the applicant what they want. It requires a public hearing. It's going to cost them both time and money. Certainly, we will do whatever you all want and however you want to move forward. We'll make that happen for you. But I understand the position of let's wait to see if they provide the statutory notice. Then we're within our safe harbor. We can repeal. I think that's a cleaner move than to try to come up with a workaround of an ordinance that we already know is very likely to be invalidated if it was challenged.
I'll defer to what the board would like to do.
Okay. Commissioner Caldwell and then Commissioner Novick. Commissioner Novick.
I'm thoroughly confused with this. Again, this was done before I got here, so I'm playing catch up. You put a moratorium in place that is completely illegal. Okay, completely. That's not even up for discussion. That's an illegal act that was committed by the commission, and wherever that's going to fall, it's going to fall on y'all that were here, not me, because I wasn't here. But now I'm hearing you want to try and find a way to unwind it for one individual because he's threatened he might sue. Why not just do away with it? It's only a couple months. You think you're going to have this onslaught of applicants coming in that's going to overwhelm us? Why is one okay and where's the right number? Is one okay but 6 aren't? Is 2 okay but 5 aren't? I'm a little confused with the logic there. To me, it's all or nothing. So if we were to unwind this for one individual tonight, what's to stop another applicant from coming in Monday and saying, hey, I want to do the same thing, so I'm gonna send this letter, and at the next meeting they'll unwind it for me too. So I'm thinking, if you're willing to unwind it for somebody, just take the thing off the books, be done with it. And I got to look at 2, 3, 4, 5. Senate Bill 840 that was submitted by DeCiglia last week has taken great strides in fixing House Bill 180. I think at this point, if we lifted the moratorium, that would help send a message to him that to get us to the table with the delegation to have some input on fixing what's wrong with 180. Let's play nice in the sandbox. They're stepping up. They're admitting some things are wrong. Or do we just, I'm not for changing it for one individual because they've threatened to sue. If there's some desire to work with this one applicant, then just remove the thing and be done with it. We're posturing on something that's irrelevant. We don't have 50 applicants banging at our door that we're turning away. To me, it's all or nothing. If you make it for this one, you make it for everybody. Otherwise, leave it in and let the chips fall where they fall.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, and then we'll go for a vote for what your request is.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Gemma, what was your suggestion?
You can do one of two things cleanly. One, you can acknowledge via vote that this ordinance is void ab initio, and then it's done. You can, option 2, opt to hear this informational item we've presented to you and take no action, recognizing that it seems there's consensus that if the statutorily required letter is provided, we obviously would bring it to you and ask for a special commission meeting within that safe harbor window, which would then give you an opportunity to take action 1 at that time. Repeal the ordinance at that time. So those are the 2 clean options. Option 1, void ab initio. Option 2, do nothing. Take no action, take no vote. We hear you. If we get the statutory notice, we will work with staff to arrange a special commission meeting within the safe harbor window.
Is there a motion on the floor? No. It's a suggestion. So
The city attorney suggested originally to remove the moratorium. That was her suggestion.
You have two options, and this is
For the consensus vote, what is your first request that you?
I'm not asking for a consensus
Okay.
vote. This is an informational item. If
You're
you
up
want to
first.
give us direction, we will take direction. You do not need to take any action. You can have just heard this, make no motion, and we move forward. And I'll talk to you about the League of Cities updates and the legislative session coming up in January.
All right, Commissioner Santiago, you're up next.
I was going to actually do a motion to just, like Commissioner Novick said, it's either all or nothing. So I think, like you said, there's not that many applicants waiting at the door. It's gonna be gone in, what, 3 months? I say I make a motion to cancel the moratorium.
There's a motion by Commissioner Santiago. Commissioner Novick, you're up.
I'll second it, simply because it's an illegal action, and I want it clearly on the record that I'm not party to that illegal action that was previously
Got
done.
it. So there's a motion by Commissioner Santiago, second by Commissioner Novick. If you can please.
And this is a motion that the moratorium ordinance is void ab initio. Agree?
Agreed.
Yes.
Thank you. We will need to open it to public comment, but final.
Public comment. Is there anybody in the public that would like to? Mr. John, please. Mr. John, if you can push the button, please, so I can open your mic up.
Is it on?
Yep.
You've lost most of the people who came here because this was set up in such a manner to not have the public involved. I told you weeks ago, thank you very much for doing that. You should just get rid of the moratorium. And yes, there are houses coming up, like 5,000 I pointed out to you. And that's just the beginning. What you're doing is opening the doors for all kinds of crap. This letter is really telling you to approve our ordinance right now. It goes way beyond just, it's a moratorium or not, or they haven't even resubmitted with their, to Jordan here. I just talked to him about it. I mean, they have to wait their period. You can't just get rid of the moratorium. I mean, everything you're doing here is just for their benefit. These people are not developers, they're property flippers. They pay council members in one form or another under various names to support their projects, which is what's happening. I mean, you make 10 or 20 different political donations in 10 or 20 different names that are all from the same person. What do you call that? I mean, you know, what are you trying to hide here? Just leave the moratorium alone. Leave this alone. This is a bogus letter from these people. You know, put it in a frame, put a badge of honor on it, because you can probably sue them for libel for what's going on here if they try to sue you, which was their insinuation in here. I think these people have taken it one step too far and allowed these people to start running the show here, which is pretty sad. I mean, I could sit here and talk to you about this for hours. Wasn't prepared to do this because the way you set this up was perfect. You know, this letter should have been given to me 6 weeks ago. I've been here 200 times looking for information on this project. I have nothing. You know, you didn't have it. You just got it. You know, I asked Jordan, he says, oh, well, you know, that happened a while ago. And I've been here 20 times in the last 4 or 5 months asking for information on this. You're not allowing the public in on what's going on around here. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And this table, too.
Just remember to state your name for the record.
Matilda Morbido. Okay, I've been involved.
Can you lower the mic a little bit, please?
I've been involved watching this project, and I went to the DRC meeting, and I saw the applicant come and put the application in for this Pine Ridge situation here. And now this particular letter, like John said, we just found out about this, and we've been following this for months. We just found out about it, and when I'm reading it, I'm saying to myself, why are they doing it this way? If they went to the DRC, they submitted their paperwork, their application. Now, when in the DRC, they were given some particular stipulations that they had to correct before it even would be considered to be put forward. Okay? Now, this letter kind of insinuates they're telling you you have to put it forward. Now, the process is that now, once it is approved by the DRC, that everything is meeting compliances between all the different departments, it's supposed to go to the Planning and Zoning Board. And then it will come to the commission. Now, everybody's got to go through and review it and see what their opinion is and how, if they feel that it's correct, they should be approved. Not that this letter comes in and they're telling you, you got to approve it, because there's no way that anybody, any developer is coming here and telling you what you got to do. You are running this city, not them. This is absolutely making us sick in this neighborhood. We've been following this for months, and this is how we're being treated. Everything's done sneaky and quiet. I want you to pay attention to what's going on in the city. You have an effect on people's health. It's making me sick, having to put up with this nervousness for years for trying to protect this little particular community. This particular community has been pested by these developers, specifically Sadiq and his brother have been trying to get over the whole of that development and put a PRUD in it for years. Now that is, right now it's zone RE1, and it can be developed as RE1, and he can make his money on it. That community, what he's trying to put in there just does not fit. Please pay attention to this. It is absolutely important. You're here to develop the community and what is best for the total community. And you need to pay attention to what you're doing. And one little spot does have an effect on the rest of the city. You cannot just let them do whatever they want here.
Thank you.
Pay attention for the whole city. Thank you, Mayor.
Gentlemen's up. Please, guys. The gentleman and then Ms. Cross-Burgos goes after.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, staff. Wasn't planning on speaking this evening. I will keep it concise to the matter at hand. My name is Jim McCulley, Deltona resident. I am impacted by this proposed development and withholding comments about the specifics of the development, because that's not what we're discussing right now. I will say that this is something that has come up in the past and recognized by past City Commission as a non-appropriate development. But I will say, and to Commissioner, your point about the SB 180, they're trying to work through it, they're trying to improve upon it. That's something that's yet to unfold. So right now is what action are we going to take about this letter that was sent by the developer? And so Howland Holdings has threatened to sue the city using a flawed application of a law or an application of a law that may be flawed. This threat in itself should raise red flags for the type of developers that we're dealing with and their position on the property rights of them in the surrounding neighborhood. This is something that will hold true as this situation continues to unfold. Whatever action you take tonight, this will be something that's coming down the line, either sooner or later. And so, this developer, they can use the property as it was intended to be used, zoned to RE1, and I believe nobody would have a problem with that. But the problem is that this developer is a land speculator who's using strong-arm tactics to overpower the will of the residents and to scare you, our elected officials. And so, my personal position, I urge you not to submit. There's no harm in what the mayor said, which is like, take no action tonight. Let it play out, and then address it in the future when you need to. And so, I look forward to this being the beginning of a conversation. Thank you.
Ms. Burgos, thank you.
Good evening again. As most of you know, I was against the moratorium when you voted for it because of the fact that we never do anything when there's moratoriums, and it was already against the law, like Chris said. But in this case, it makes me wonder, because this developer can do what they want without the moratorium being repealed. So it makes me wonder what his ulterior motive is. And somebody might know that already. I don't, but I don't know why we don't just leave it status quo like the mayor and Gemma suggested, and Maritza, I think also, that just leave it status quo. Let it ride itself out and see what happens. We've come this far with the moratorium. Just wait and see, because there's something more going on here that they're trying to pull on us. Thank you.
Mr. Blodgett? Just really quick before you start, it's time for a show of hands. Who else is going to be speaking? Two other people.
Tim Blodgett from sunny Deltona, Florida. Okay, I haven't got much more to say than what everybody else has said, but there is one point that's been totally missed. I've been in and listening to this from the very beginning, and one of our strategies was to have this thing play out to fight SB 180 so that we had time to get a study done for impact fees. And as far as the timing, as I recall, is concerned, that impact fee study should be coming up within the next couple of months, in which case we accomplished what we needed to do. SB 180 is going to become moot. It's already being overridden in the state. So why are we bothering with all of this? Hand it over to the lawyers. Let it ride. That's it.
Matthew Borgens, Deltona. I agree with everybody else. Just let it ride. But like I said, we had stipulations on what to do with the moratorium for it to end, and again, we're not following through. I haven't seen anything come through that shows that we're moving forward. I know the impact fees are coming up here shortly, but also with the letter, it only stated one commissioner. It sounded like a straight up attack. And so are we letting developers attack our commission? Are we letting them threaten us? Or are we actually going to do something about it? Like I said, I think we should just let it ride and see what happens. But, I think, the bigger thing is we should, address the elephant in the room. It was notating one commissioner of the whole thing. And so I think that should be addressed as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll play devil's advocate for you guys, as always. I know I am not an attorney, but I do feel that this has the spirit of intent in it, especially in that last paragraph where it states they will seek suit. And I can't agree more with Commissioner Novick and the attorneys that if you open this door for one and don't open it for all, that is pretty much asking to be sued. You're not having people knock on the door, true, but you're also not accepting applications. So when one person comes forward, that might send to the public that, hey, look, we can submit here, which they should be able to because, again, as stated before it was voted upon, this is an illegal moratorium. It may not be an ethical violation because no one profited from it, but that does not make it any less illegal here today. And that is more of an ethical thing, I think, than a financial benefit. So with that, I would be very wary of pushing this off because if this is seen as spirit of intent by a judge, then your 14-day clock started in October. I don't have my glasses on to see the date, but whatever that date was. Thank you.
Okay, I have Commissioner Novick and then Commissioner Colwell. Okay, before we vote, just point of clarification. Because I think we're getting the moratorium mixed up with this development. That development, in order to change its zoning, still needs to come before the commission, correct?
Yes, that's correct. A rezoning still has to
so
come
we're
before
not
the commission.
voting necessarily on that because I mean, look, Commissioner Howington and I definitely do not agree on a lot of things, but letting developers come here and threaten any of us should be unacceptable. So that's one. So the vote is on the moratorium, not on that development.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
The
So
development
let's-
still has to come before you and would be considered on its own merits.
Perfect. Unless they do straight zoning, and then it doesn't come before the commission.
That's correct. If it was straight zoning, it would go through site plan
All right.
and would not.
We're
come
going
before
to do one last round because Commissioner Nabik and then Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to make perfectly clear, this is, it doesn't make a difference if this project were to move forward tonight or it's going to move forward in March. We haven't done anything as a commission to change what was at the beginning when y'all put the moratorium in place. Not a thing. So nothing's going to be different for Mr. McCulley in March than it is tonight. They're going to still be back here. They're going to still be fighting this project. And we haven't done anything to change anything. The fact of what the gentleman said about the impact fees, we didn't need to put a moratorium in place to have the impact fee study done. Completely insignificant, inconsequential. Doesn't make the least bit of difference. What does make a lot of difference is the reasons that I've heard that you all stated, some of you, about your concerns to slow the development down. We've done nothing as a commission to change anything to do with stormwater, to change anything to do with public protection, schools, none of that. So absolutely nothing will be any different in March when the moratorium is lifted than when you all put it in place to begin with, other than the ill will that it's caused with the delegation. That's it. We haven't accomplished a single thing by putting this moratorium in place. We could have been more effective by working on policies, procedures, changing the land development code. Right, we can't do that because of 180. So what we should have been done is working with the delegation to get these things into DeSiglia's bill to help facilitate an ends that's going to be better to what's going on here, to address his concerns, because they've been here for this project since I was on the commission the last time. And it's not about this project. It's this project, that letter, all it did is start this conversation. That's it. We're not voting on anything for that project tonight. Okay? It's about the moratorium, the illegal moratorium. And nothing is going to be any different in March than it is today or it was the first day that y'all put that moratorium in place. That's where I have the problem. I agree changes need to be made. I want to work on those changes. But we haven't been able to do that for whatever reason. And I think Jordan's sitting back there. I know some stuff's going to be coming. I see you. I saw the hand. I know some stuff's going to be coming with the comp plan. We're going to have some opportunity to comment. But we should have been aggressively having those conversations. If
Excuse me,
this
Commissioner Nabik. For the cleaning people, can we get that when we're done with the commission meeting, please? Thank you.
He can't hear you probably. Got earphones in or something. So if we want to be impactful about the concerns that you all listed in that moratorium, in that ordinance, we should be picking that apart and addressing each of those parts within policy and giving staff direction on how we can improve that, how to make it better. Not worried about this letter. This letter is, I could care less if they sue us, really, because we've got a good legal team, and it'd just be another one on the stack. This is just serving as a thing to have this conversation tonight, is what this has done. So if you want to get serious about what you intended the moratorium to do, let's schedule those conversations. Let's pick that moratorium ordinance apart, the things that you listed to justify the moratorium. Let's pick those apart one by one and start working on those with the manager and with staff and legal to achieve a better process with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm getting so tired, seriously. All this going back and forth. How in the world did we get to talk about the moratorium when your question was about this letter? How do we get to approve or make a motion against or in favor of the moratorium when the question was about this letter? There's nothing on this letter that talks about the moratorium. It just talks about their project coming up to DRC and not being approved because of comments made on the Facebook or whatever. So I have no idea how in the world we are now making a motion about the moratorium. How did we get there? That's my question. And my answer to that is I agree with, again, I don't always agree with the mayor, but this time I do agree with him. You know, one of this advice from our legal was let it be, let it go. Don't say anything, don't do anything. That's my stance right now. Because I have no idea how in the world we got into the moratorium. I really don't.
You want to go ahead before we go into a vote?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I take it by your gesture that you'd like me to answer that. So just to procedurally run this down, we received one letter, October 30th. We sent that letter via email to this commission that day. They sent this subsequent letter on, it is the same letter with a different date. They reached out to us after that, asking, are you doing anything? Are you taking any action? We waited to see if we got the statutory notice. We did not. We were going to bring this item to the first meeting in December, but we did not have that meeting. So, which is how we ended up here today to December 15th.
But it's all about this letter.
It is. And
it has nothing to do with the moratorium.
So the second paragraph does speak to the moratorium. So it's their position that the moratorium is in violation of Senate Bill 180. The bill remains in full force and effect and prohibits moratoriums of the type the city has sought to impose. That's the end of the second paragraph. So that was sort of the genesis, I would say, of this discussion. I don't know if that answers your question, though, Vice Mayor.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Vice Mayor, I don't want to be
No, I'm
disrespectful. You're good. There's a motion on the floor in a second, so we're going to vote to, you want to repeat that and then she'll call for the vote? I'm sorry to do that again, just.
Yeah, so the motion on the floor, I believe, is to recognize that the moratorium is void ab initio pursuant to SB 180 and therefore will not be enforced.
Commissioner Caldwell?
No.
Commissioner Howerton?
No.
Commissioner Novick?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Villa?
Yes,
3-3.
motion dies. Did you want to continue with the rest of your?
Thank you. Yes, Mayor, thank you so much. We would like to request 3 executive sessions, one for the CBA, one for the Howland Station case. This case is set for trial in early 2026. And we additionally would like to request a separate executive session for the Burt J. Harris claim, which has been brought in the Howland Station case. So we would just ask that we be permitted to bring those 3 executive sessions. The final item, and certainly this can hold.
Just really quick before you leave that, I hate to do this to you. Can we make sure those executive sessions don't crunch us up till?
Let's have them on a different day.
Or something, because and we were good last time, but I don't want us to run into the thing where we're a minute late to these commission meetings. So please.
Mayor, yes, thank you. And I do believe our last round of them, which we had 3, we were finished in ample time. We were not finished in ample time.
I don't want to do them on the same day as a meeting. I don't like being rushed through those.
That's fine. I will tell you that we do need to bring the Howland Station and the Burt Harris soon. Those might need to come the same day. The CBA can be a different day. And certainly we'll work with staff and we'll work with your team to get that scheduled at a time that, that works for you all.
I just want to real quick go back to the previous item. So it's clear that we voted on not doing anything at the moment with this letter. Is that correct? Is that?
You had a motion that failed.
Correct.
And no other motion was made. And because we brought this as an informational item and asked if you wanted to take direction and you opted not to, everything remains the same. Status quo, no change.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we hear you. We will do our very best for scheduling. We may need to bring Howland Station and Burt Harris the same day just for timing because we only have one meeting in January. But other than that, thank you all so much. We want to wish you all happy holidays and thank you very much for all that you do for this incredible community.
Deputy City Manager.
I have no comments other than you as well as all of our citizens and employees. Happy holidays, happy Hanukkah, and whatever you might celebrate during this time.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to City Commission comments, requests, and reports. We'll start this time the other way around. So Commissioner Novick.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first start off by wishing everybody happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, and a very prosperous New Year. I also would like consensus on requesting through the manager to the Sheriff's Department that at some date in the near future, February, March, whatever, we get the Sheriff's Office, cyber crimes people to come in and put on a public forum regarding their experience with AI. I am currently the victim of a very severe AI hack, and I consider myself pretty knowledgeable about some of that stuff, and yet I fell victim to it. So I'd like to just have consensus to request the Sheriff's Office to come in and put together that public forum, and you know, staff would have to advertise it. We get the space either here or at the center. We've done those kinds of things in the past with hurricanes and, you know, what people can do to protect themselves. But I'd like to be able to have consensus to have the manager move forward with that.
We can do a simple consensus vote if that's okay with the guys. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
All those opposed? Okay.
Okay, the last item that I have is because of the way Christmas falls this year, being in the middle of the week, I would like, again, consensus to give the manager direction to create a one-time only additional holiday for the employees of December the 26th, treated like any other holiday in the city. That would give them that long period of time, 23rd, 24th, 25th, I'm sorry, the 24th, 25th, and 26th, and then we go into the weekend. It doesn't make a lot of sense to come bring people back in on Friday for one day. Not a lot's going to get done there. So again, I'd like consensus to give manager that direction.
Just before, because I see the attorneys, is that an operational thing?
So just as a small nuance to that, so pursuant to the city's collective bargaining agreement, it needs to be a motion of the council or of the commission to designate that holiday. So if it could be a motion of the commission.
There's a motion by Commissioner Novick, second by Commissioner Santiago. Is there any public comment? That has to be open to public comment, correct? Obviously. Okay.
Yes.
Any public comment? Raise your hand. No? Please, Ms.
I'm not being mean or anything, but when I was in the corporate world, they never gave us 3 days off in a row for a holiday. We had to go back in. And we are paying you guys, and I think, 2 days, whether you do it the 25th and the 26th instead of the 24th and the 25th, makes more sense. My opinion, I've been in the corporate world for 40 years, and we never got 3 days off in a row because of however days they fell. So my opinion is the 25th and the 26th.
All right, that ends public comment. Go ahead and let's go for a vote, please.
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Howard-Ting?
We're sure that this is not an operational decision, because if it's an operational decision, my answer is no.
So,
We approved the holidays.
We're approving a holiday, that's all.
yeah, and I will, to
I just want
to
confirmation.
clarify to your point, the collective bargaining agreement requires motion of the commission.
And
Otherwise,
public comment is done. Public comment is done.
otherwise, yes, for general employees, it would be a management decision. So generally, and I will defer to the deputy city manager on this, is generally what the collective bargaining folks get, the general employees get as far as holidays.
Yes, and based on the current CBA play, it's very specific, so you as a commission would need to be the one to authorize that holiday pay for them.
That only applies to
But the same thing applies to the employees. You all approved that day. You approved it last January or last November. Those dates were presented to you as the 23rd, 24th. I don't recall which date. I apologize. Might have been November or December meetings, but they were presented. So I think in this city, that's how we've handled it. Always brought it to commission to approve so that it takes it away from administrator making those decisions without a commission knowing that.
And so then today, as being acting city manager in the absence of the city manager, you are in agreement with the commission making the decision for general staff outside of the CBA?
I would be in agreement for both the CBA and general staff. Yes, ma'am.
Then I'm a yes.
Commissioner Novick?
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vila Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Vila?
Yes.
6-0.
Thank you.
Commissioner Caldwell?
I have nothing other than to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a happy, prosperous New Year.
Thank you, Commissioner Howington.
Thank you. I've been approached by a resident who would like to donate land for a pocket park, which would be free. They are donating it completely over. It does include wetlands, and they would like for it to be deed restricted to just be conservation and then used for community recreation. They would like to request that we put a dock on it because it is actually a lakefront property. And so if the commission would like to entertain this, it's actually in District 5, so I can get you in touch with him so that if we're not interested, then he's going to seek out a conservation organization to donate to, but this would have to be deed restricted to be conservation indefinitely.
Attorneys, is that what you want, an opinion? I mean, I don't know.
Would it be a consensus for us to decide if it's something we want to move forward with?
Yeah, I would say you all tonight could agree to have consensus to do the due diligence and bring this back. Again, deferring to the deputy manager, I believe there would be a lot of additional impacts on the city as far as long-term maintenance, costs, et cetera, that you may want to have that information before you decide.
As well as I do believe we'd want to bring Glenn and Jim involved, because adding a dock is easy to say, but we don't know what St. John's, we don't know some of the other requirements. So I do believe an operational study or at least a quick review with the entire team to bring that back to you once we have that property to see if it's something that makes sense for everyone.
Well, and just to let you know, it's on Newmark. You might even know it. It has a fence around it right now.
Small piece of property.
It is. So it's not a big piece of property. It would just be a very, very small piece. I think it's maybe a half acre.
If you can provide that, we'll begin some research on it. Again,
Absolutely.
costs for maintenance and everything, and then bring that back to you at a future meeting and let you reach out to the resident, either you or the Commissioner Caldwell, either one.
Perfect. Thank you.
So we're going to look at this?
To consider it, yeah. I move to consider,
Oh, no, you don't.
I don't know.
You don't
I
have to
just
do
did.
that. I was
Yes?
just asking
Okay.
if you still had any other comments.
Nope, no other comment. Well, happy holidays. Today's the first day of Hanukkah, so if you celebrate Hanukkah, happy Hanukkah. And happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everybody, since we won't be seeing anybody till the new year, and Happy New Year.
Commissioner Santiago?
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, just a reminder, Paranda's in the amphitheater, which is a holiday music. It's like Christmas caroling, but in Spanish. It'll be this Saturday at the amphitheater. We'll have free cocoa and cookies, a goodie bag for each kid while supplies last. It is free to the public. Santa will be visiting us. There'll be live music. There'll be food trucks. Lots of fun. It's a family event, so come on out this Saturday at the Deltona Amphitheater. I also wanted to just give another shout out to the Deltona High School Silver Moon Big Band. I swear I thought I was in a concert. They were absolutely amazing. What else to do? The executive session. And no, just wishing everybody a very happy holidays and a prosperous new year. Healthy and prosperous new year. So have a good night. Thank you. Starts at 7. Awesome.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, again, wonderful job by the Deltona Blue Brigade. They did a wonderful fundraiser, great event, shopping with the deputies. It was awesome. Shout out to the city staff who attended the Reads Across America. Unfortunately, I can't split myself in half, so I had to choose which one to go to. The Three Kings Day is January 3rd. It's free to the public. It's right here outside, and I have to say this. I am so proud of my daughter, a mother, a hard worker, a wife. She received her certificate in HR, her bachelor's in organizational skills from Penn State, and she just got her master's in management from Embry-Riddle University. So I am so proud of her. Thank you. And happy holidays, all inclusive, to everyone here in the city of Deltona, and we love you.
All I have to say is Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year's. Meeting's adjourned.
Inclusive.
Yeah, the meeting gets adjourned and then